chosen one. Heaven has stirred the air again. You can feel it, can't you? That strange stillness before something divine breaks open. It's not coincidence that your eyes found this message. It's not an accident that your heart is trembling right now. Everything pauses because heaven is calling your name. This is the hour when your destiny stretches awake after years of silence. You are not forgotten. You were hidden. Listen, everything that seemed delayed was divine timing. Every lonely night, every unanswered prayer, every quiet season, none of it was wasted. You've walked through fires that others couldn't survive because you were not built to be common. You were built to carry the uncommon. You are God's chosen vessel for this generation, one marked to bring restoration, healing, and awakening. And now, the trumpet of reunion sounds. The divine call cannot be stopped. The moment your heart broke was the same moment heaven began writing a new chapter in your story. The pain didn't come to destroy you, it came to prepare you. Every rejection was a redirection. Every no you heard from man was a secret yes from heaven. And now, as the universe bends to divine alignment, you are being called to step out of the shadows and return to your rightful place in the circle of light. You, beloved chosen one, were never meant to blend in. That's why you were misunderstood. People saw the light in you before you saw it in yourself, and it frightened them. But what they called too much was exactly what heaven required. You carry a light that terrifies darkness. Your very existence interrupts the enemy's plans. You are the one hell hoped would stay quiet. But heaven decreed your voice must rise. Listen carefully. This is not a random message scrolling through your feed. Heaven has pressed pause on time to deliver this word to your soul. This is divine intervention. You've been asking for a sign, and this is it. You are being summoned into remembrance of who you are, whose you are, and what you were always meant to become. There is a sacred stirring in the spirit realm right now. Angels are moving. Timelines are shifting. People who once drifted away from you are beginning to feel a pull they can't explain. It's the magnetism of divine destiny drawing the chosen back together. The scattered embers are finding their way back to the flame. You are one of them. This reunion cannot be stopped because heaven ordained it before you took your first breath. Don't run from this call. Don't hide behind fear or fatigue. You fought battles long enough. Now it's time to receive. Heaven is saying, relax and receive. You've proven your faith in the storm. Now God wants to crown you in peace. The battle has already been won in the unseen realm. What's left is for you to walk in victory. Can you feel it? That gentle hum in your spirit isn't anxiety, it's alignment. It's the sound of divine purpose, waking up. The more you listen, the clearer it becomes. You were never forgotten, only preserved. The waiting was not punishment, it was preparation. Every tear watered the soil of your next season. Every delay sharpened your discernment. And now, as the veil lifts, you stand on holy ground, chosen and seen. Lift your head. Your isolation ends here. Heaven is gathering the chosen again. The same spirit that spoke galaxies into being is speaking into your soul now, saying, rise. This is your moment of recognition. You are not behind. You are right on schedule. Everything you've lost is being restored, and everything broken is being mended by the very hands of God. We are reminded through the writings of Matthew in the Gospel, chapter 22, verse 14. Many are called, but few are chosen. Let these words settle deep within you. You are among the few, those hand-picked for something extraordinary. The divine reunion of chosen souls has begun, and your spirit was one of the first to be awakened. Don't fight it. Don't question it. Simply breathe, surrender, and receive what heaven is releasing into you now. You are being wrapped in light right now. Chosen one, every fear that once whispered defeat is losing its voice. Heaven is silencing the noise around you so that you may hear the truth rising within. You are safe, guided, and divinely protected in this sacred unfolding. Every moment that once felt wasted is becoming sacred fuel. Heaven is redeeming lost time and restoring your strength. The winds are shifting in your favor, carrying the fragrance of new beginnings. You are standing at the threshold of promise, clothed in divine favor and unstoppable grace. As you rest in this revelation, know that heaven's eyes are upon you. Angels are aligning paths before you, opening doors no man can shut. You are not striving anymore, you are receiving. Let the current of divine peace carry you forward into everything you were created to become. If this word has touched your spirit, pause for a moment. Let gratitude rise in you. Then, as an act of faith and alignment, like, share, and comment the number 777 below. Let heaven see your agreement. Let the world know the chosen are awakening. And if you haven't yet, subscribe to stay connected with the flow of anointing and revelation that's only just beginning. The divine call has sounded. You've answered. The rest of the story unfolds from here. You can feel it. Chosen one, the gathering light. It's subtle, yet unmistakable. Like dawn brushing against the edges of a long, endless night. Something ancient within you is beginning to hum again, responding to frequencies that only your spirit can hear. You've felt this pull before, though you couldn't name it then. It's not nostalgia. It's not longing. It's remembrance. Imagine it. Light particles once scattered across galaxies, now converging at a single frequency. That is what is happening to your spirit. When the chosen gather, they do not meet by accident. Their spirits recognize each other before words are spoken, before eyes even meet. It's the magnetic call of divine kinship souls that once stood side by side in heavenly realms, now finding one another again on earth. It's not friendship that binds you to these others. It's assignment. It's covenant. The gathering light is not merely for comfort, it's for purpose. When one chosen heart finds another, their light multiplies. And when many come together, they become a radiant network that no darkness can overcome. You are part of that network. Every act of kindness, every prayer, every word of truth spoken in faith, each one releases light that connects to another. This is the hidden design of heaven: connection through obedience, alignment through faith. You don't have to force the reunion. You only have to stay open. Your spirit will know who carries the same frequency. You'll feel peace around them. Even if words are few, you'll sense clarity where confusion once lived. You'll find your energy rising without trying. That's how you know the gathering is happening. Don't be surprised when people from your past resurface, not to reopen old wounds, but to complete divine cycles. Some will return with new hearts, others will leave for good. And that's okay. The gathering light separates as much as it unites. It clarifies who truly walks in alignment with heaven's rhythm, What is false fades. What is true remains. You will see the difference, not by what they say, but by the peace that surrounds them. In this season, heaven doesn't ask you to chase connections, but to radiate truth. The light in you calls to the light in others. Every time you choose love over bitterness, forgiveness over pride, truth over comfort, your frequency rises. And as it rises, it draws those meant for you closer. The chosen always find each other by light, not by effort. Take a moment now. Breathe. Feel the warmth spreading from your chest. That's not imagination. It's the evidence of alignment. Heaven is near. The gathering is real. You are stepping into an atmosphere where miracles are the language and love is the law. Those who carry divine assignments often think their purpose is to act, to move, to perform. But in truth, your first task is to embody light so fully that darkness cannot mistake your allegiance. When you simply are who God created you to be, your very existence becomes a signal fire to every other chosen soul searching in the night. You become a lighthouse, steady, unmoved, burning through fog and fear. The light gathering around you is not ordinary. It is intelligent, intentional, and prophetic. It carries memory. It remembers the prayers of your ancestors, the promises spoken over your lineage, the vows made before your birth. That's why the awakening feels personal. It is personal. Heaven keeps its promises across generations. What your grandmother prayed for in tears is now manifesting through your hands. What your forefathers dreamed in faith is rising through your obedience. This is not just your story, it's a continuation of divine legacy. You are not a new creation in isolation. You are a chapter in a heavenly book still being written. The ink of your life is light, and heaven reads every moment with reverence. The gathering light is not only about people, but also about revelation. Insights will start flowing to you with divine speed. Dreams will return, sharper and clearer. Scriptures you once skimmed will suddenly breathe. You'll hear the same message repeated in songs, in numbers, in strangers' words. Don't dismiss it. That's heaven confirming alignment. You are part of something vast, ancient, and unstoppable. This movement of reunion is not loud. It does not announce itself with thunder. It moves softly, like dawn rising gentle, inevitable, and impossible to reverse. No power of darkness can halt it. The gates of hell cannot stand against light that knows its source. There will be moments when you feel an overwhelming wave of love for people you've never met. That's the Spirit interceding through you. Pray for them. Bless them. Somewhere, another chosen one is doing the same for you. This is how the network of heaven operates: silent, invisible, powerful beyond measure. Don't underestimate your presence. When you walk into a room, atmospheres shift. When you speak, even softly, chains start to break. You are not just light. You are a carrier of divine voltage. That's why the enemy fought so hard to keep you in doubt. But every battle you've endured has refined your brilliance. You are brighter now because of what you've survived. As you continue on this path, remember this: light doesn't compete with light. It joins, expands, and multiplies. The gathering is not about who shines brighter. It's about all lights uniting under one source. The more you honor others' light, the stronger yours becomes, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old. The first letter of Peter, chapter 2, verse 9. But you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people, called into his light. Let that truth echo in your spirit tonight. You, chosen one, are not waiting for light. You are the light. Heaven's energy flows through you, and your connection to others is part of the grand design. The gathering has begun. The light is rising. The family of destiny is finding each other again, and through your obedience, Heaven's network grows stronger every day. You've wondered for so long why life seemed to pull you apart from everything familiar, why certain paths closed just as you were ready to walk them. Below the chosen one, the separation wasn't a punishment, it was protection. What looked like abandonment was actually divine isolation, a sacred cocoon where heaven hid you from premature exposure. There were rooms you were never meant to enter, voices you were never meant to believe, and connections that could not travel with you into destiny. You didn't lose those things. God removed them. The distance wasn't rejection, it was realignment. Heaven was rearranging your orbit so you could rotate only around the true light. You were never meant to be trapped in cycles of imitation or compromise. Every delay was Heaven's way of whispering, "Not yet. Beloved, you're still being prepared." Lee, in the silence of those lonely seasons, your roots were growing deeper. The hidden years strengthened what the world could not see. Your tears watered the soil of resilience. Your prayers shaped invisible scaffolding around your purpose. Every unanswered question was building endurance. Every heartbreak was chiseling clarity. And every lonely night was carving space for divine intimacy. There is a reason the oil flows only from crushed olives. You were pressed not to destroy you, but to produce purity. The hidden separation purified your motives, stripped away ego, and refined your discernment. It made you allergic to false peace and sensitive to divine presence. That's why certain environments now feel heavy. You've outgrown them spiritually. The vibration of your destiny no longer matches the frequencies of the past. And now, Heaven speaks through Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 6. Be strong and of a good courage. Fear not, nor be afraid of them. For the Lord your God, He it is that goes with you. He will not fail you, nor forsake you. Alders, you are not forsaken. You are escorted. The very God who separated you is now guiding you into reconnection, but this time with purity. The season of false alignment has ended. The divine reunion is only for those walking in authenticity and truth. That's why the last few months have felt like pruning. God was cutting off what couldn't grow with you. Do not mourn the pruning. Heaven never removes without replacing. Every exit made room for entrance. Every goodbye created space for glory. The same doors that once rejected you will soon open to honor what God has cultivated within you. You will walk back into rooms that once ignored you, but this time with light so radiant that even silence will recognize your authority. Chosen one, do not confuse isolation with insignificance. The wilderness isn't a grave, it's a birthplace. The voice of purpose always emerges from quiet deserts, not crowded stages. That's why the noise had to die down around you. That's why you were pulled away from the world's rhythm so that heaven's heartbeat could become your own. And now, the divine frequency in you has shifted. You can sense when a conversation is off, when an energy is not right, When a decision feels forced, that's discernment, sharpened through solitude. The same stillness that once felt unbearable has now become your sanctuary. You've learned to hear God in whispers instead of thunder. The hidden separation trained you for stewardship. It prepared you to carry influence without losing humility, power without pride. You can now handle visibility because you no longer need validation. You've already been approved by heaven, and that approval cannot be revoked. Every chosen soul goes through a season of divine hiding. Even Jesus withdrew often into solitude. He didn't disappear because he was weak, but because he was wise. Separation strengthens the signal. In stillness, the noise of the world fades, and you hear heaven more clearly. Now the time of hiding is lifting. The same God who concealed you is revealing you, and when heaven reveals, no man can resist. You will begin to notice small invitations, doors of opportunity, unexpected encounters, divine confirmation. Do not rush them. Move only by peace. You'll know it's divine because it won't demand your exhaustion to maintain it. This new phase will require gentleness with yourself. You've survived battles most cannot imagine, and you carry invisible scars of intercession. So breathe deeply, rest often, and remember, your worth is not in your productivity but in your presence. Heaven delights in your being before it celebrates your doing. What once felt like abandonment now feels like preparation. You're beginning to see it, aren't you? The people who left made space for divine replacements. The doors that closed preserved your energy for the doors that will open. And through it all, you've become unshakable. The separation didn't shrink you, it forged you. Now, when you speak, you carry weight. When you move with purpose. When you love with discernment. The wilderness taught you what true intimacy with God feels like, and that intimacy will sustain you far beyond applause or recognition. So when doubt whispers, you're still alone, remind yourself, no, I'm being gathered. The light is finding the light. The chosen are converging. The distance is dissolving. Everything that left was never meant to stay. And everything returning is sealed by divine timing. Comment below. I hear you. Type those 3 words, not for me, but for heaven to mark your agreement with the revelation. When you declare it, something spiritual happens. You confirm that you understand the separation was never abandonment, but preparation. You tell heaven you're ready to move from hiding into holy visibility. And in that moment of declaration, the alignment accelerates. Because now you see what you couldn't before. The wilderness was the classroom. The isolation was the anointing. The separation was the setup. You were never being left behind, you were being lifted apart. There comes a moment in every chosen life when everything seems to stop. The plans that once made sense lose their rhythm. Opportunities fade into silence, and time itself feels suspended in midair. Beloved chosen one, that stillness is not a mistake. Heaven pressed pause, not to punish you, but to prepare you. The divine hand has been arranging what your eyes could not yet see. What looked like a delay was really divine precision at work, an invisible alignment orchestrated for your highest good. The world teaches you to keep moving, to never stop, to force momentum even when you're breaking inside. But heaven's way is different. When God presses pause, it's because the next step requires a shift that cannot happen through movement. only through stillness. Stillness becomes sacred space. It's the workshop of heaven where miracles are assembled in silence. During this pause, heaven was not ignoring you, it was protecting the timing of your breakthrough. There are blessings that would have become burdens if released too early. There are people who would have misunderstood the weight of your anointing if they met you before the refining. There are doors that must open in exact sequence, or they will collapse under their own glory. God slowed you down to synchronize your steps with eternity's rhythm. You were never behind. You were being brought into alignment. Every delay, every closed door, every unanswered prayer, these were not signs of divine neglect. They were signs of divine choreography. Heaven moves like a symphony, not one note too soon, not one beat too late. And now, as you stand in this pause, heaven whispers, "Be still. I am working in ways you cannot imagine." Or, the stillness is uncomfortable because the human heart equates silence with absence. Yet, in heaven's language, silence means saturation. It is in the quiet that revelation deepens. It is in the pause that your spirit begins to hear frequencies too delicate for noise. The noise of striving once drowned out the gentle rhythm of God's whisper. That's why the pause had to come to fine-tune your hearing. We are reminded through the words of David in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still, and know that I am God." End of 2. Those words are not an invitation to inactivity, but to intimacy. To be still is to stop resisting divine flow. It's a command to trust the unseen process, to rest in the sovereignty of the one who never sleeps. Stillness doesn't mean nothing is happening. It means everything is happening just beyond your sight. Think back to all the times you fought to make things happen. You pushed, planned, hustled, prayed, cried, and wondered why doors didn't open. Yet now, with time, you can see that those refusals were mercy in disguise. Heaven was holding you until the foundation could hold the blessing. God doesn't build on shaky ground. He slows you down to strengthen the soil beneath your feet. The pause teaches you patience, but it also teaches discernment. You learn to recognize the difference between what feels urgent and what is truly important. You begin to understand that divine timing is not measured by clocks or calendars, but by readiness. When you are ready, the door will open effortlessly. No striving, no begging, just a divine flow. In the stillness, your soul becomes a mirror. Everything hidden begins to rise. Old wounds resurface, not to haunt you, but to heal you. The quiet becomes a refining fire, exposing fears, cleansing motives, and clarifying intentions. What you once saw as chaos was actually transformation in progress. You were being remade from the inside out. Stillness is where heaven downloads new blueprints. It's where divine instructions are whispered, not shouted. It's where revelation flows like gentle rain on the soil of your spirit. That's why distractions had to be removed. Heaven could not speak clearly while you were surrounded by noise. So, one by one, the unnecessary voices faded. The friendships that kept you anxious dissolved. The plans that drained your energy unraveled. And in their place came silence, holy, purposeful silence. At first, the silence felt heavy. It felt like loss. But now, you begin to recognize it for what it truly is: space. Space for peace to breathe. Space for God to move. Space for you to finally listen. The pause became a sanctuary, and within it, the noise of the world lost its power over you. Heaven's pause button is not permanent, it's preparatory. Every season of stillness precedes a surge of movement. The wind always gathers before it blows. The wave always pulls back before it crashes forward. So, when God slows your life, it means a divine acceleration is being loaded behind the scenes. Your next step will be faster, stronger, and surer because it was birthed in rest, not in rushing. Do not mistake stillness for stagnation. When a seed is buried, it appears motionless, but beneath the soil, a miracle is unfolding. Roots are stretching. Life is forming. Potential is breaking open. That's you. Heaven buried you for a season so that growth could happen unseen. The pause was your germination. You are being prepared for visibility. But visibility without depth leads to collapse. The pause deepened you. It rooted your identity so that when the winds of attention blow, you won't be swayed by praise or criticism. You'll remain steady because your foundation was formed in quiet trust. Now, feel the atmosphere around you. Can you sense it? The stillness is changing. The air feels charged again. That's the shift movement, returning. But this time divine, not forced. What you used to chase is now turning toward you. The things you once begged for are beginning to locate you. Because when heaven's timing aligns with your readiness, manifestation becomes effortless. So, rest in the pause. Trust its sacred power. Don't rush what heaven has ordained to unfold slowly. Let patience finish its work so that when the doors open, you'll walk through them with grace, not exhaustion. Beloved chosen one, there is a sacred hum in the air. Can you feel it? The great alignment has begun. Heaven is rearranging destinies, repositioning souls, and realigning hearts that have been out of rhythm with divine timing. Everything is shifting not to confuse you, but to bring you into perfect harmony with what has always been written for you. You are being moved like a star drawn back into its orbit, like a river returning to its course after the storm. This is not chaos, it is choreography. What feels uncertain is actually a symphony in motion. God is the conductor, and your life is the melody being tuned for glory. Every delay, every loss, every detour, it's all part of the pattern. The divine alignment doesn't erase your past, it redeems it. It takes what once broke you and turns it into rhythm. Have you ever watched a mosaic being built? At first, it looks like shattered glass pieces scattered everywhere. But when the artist steps back, you see it was never random. Every fragment, every color, every shard had a purpose. That's what your journey has been. What felt like pieces falling apart were actually pieces falling into place. Heaven never wasted a single fragment of you. And now, in this season, those fragments are being arranged into something breathtaking. The alignment is here. Your gifts are meeting the right opportunities. Your voice is finding the right audience. Your spirit is encountering its divine companions. What was once scattered now begins to sing in unity. You can almost hear it, a soft harmony between your past pain and your present peace. Heaven speaks clearly through the Apostle Paul in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are the called according to his purpose. Enter all things, not some, not a few, All, even the storms, even the silence, even the scars, everything is folding back into purpose. That's why heaven pressed pause before to ensure the timing of this alignment was flawless. Every chosen one is now being moved into divine position. Like stars taking their rightful place in a cosmic map, look at your life with new eyes. What if the disappointments were divine delays? What if the losses were invitations to greater love? What if the detours were divine redirections to roads that never collapse? Heaven is writing through you, even when it feels like erasing. This alignment also means connections, souls who carry keys for your next door. When they arrive, they won't compete or drain. They will complement and complete. They will not demand your light, but add to it. Some might come quietly, others boldly, but you'll know them by peace, not pretense. The chosen never have to force what is divine. The puzzle pieces recognize each other naturally. In this season, the universe feels like it's humming your name. It's not imagination, it's resonance. When your heart vibrates in truth, creation responds. Opportunities begin to seek you instead of you chasing them. People start remembering you at just the right time. Divine alignment looks like coincidence to the world. But to heaven, it's a well-rehearsed plan, finally manifesting. You may notice sudden urges to release old things, jobs, relationships, routines that no longer fit. That's alignment too. When the soul upgrades, the environment must adjust. Don't resist it. Let go with grace. The divine flow is like a river. If you try to cling to a rock, you'll only exhaust yourself. Let the current carry you. It knows exactly where you belong. And when you feel uncertainty creeping in, picture yourself as a seed in spring. You've been buried for seasons. But now, the soil begins to move. The pressure around you isn't trying to crush you, it's trying to break you open. Alignment feels like stretching before. It feels like freedom. This is your time to trust the process fully. Breathe deeply. Chosen one. God is not just aligning circumstances, He's aligning you, your thoughts, your desires, your habits, your emotions. What once distracted you no longer satisfies you because heaven is tuning your appetite for destiny. You might find yourself crying for no reason or feeling bursts of peace in unexpected places. Those are signs of spiritual recalibration. Heaven is adjusting your inner compass, pointing it once again toward true north, your divine calling. The alignment is not only external, it's internal. The world around you shifts because the world within you has changed. You no longer crave validation from what is temporary. You are learning to move with heaven's rhythm, steady, surrendered, serene. And now, a gentle invitation. If this message resonates with your spirit, let your response be an act of gratitude. When something in your soul recognizes truth, it's natural to nurture the source of that light, like watering the soil that feeds your roots. Your engagement keeps the message flowing to others who need it. So, take a moment like this message, if it has stirred something within you. Share it so that another wandering soul may remember who they are. Subscribe to stay connected to this growing circle of light. It's how the flame spreads, one heart at a time. And if your spirit feels led, consider a donation, not out of obligation, but as an offering a seed into the same soil that has poured into you. Every seed carries intention, and what is given in faith multiplies in unseen ways. Think of it as lighting another candle. The flame you pass forward will illuminate someone else's darkness. The light that returns to you will be even brighter. That is how divine alignment circulates through giving, through sharing, through love made visible. The great alignment isn't a theory. It's happening inside you right now. The pieces are clicking into place. One divine movement after another. Trust it. Flow with it. Everything you've lost, every delay, every heartbreak, they're aligning into a masterpiece that only heaven could compose. One day soon, you'll look back and say, "Now I see why it all had to happen this way." And when you do, your soul will smile, because you'll know the truth. Heaven never forgot you. It was just waiting for the perfect alignment. The air around you feels different now, doesn't it? Chosen one. It's as if something within the atmosphere has awakened an invisible current, stirring the deepest parts of your spirit. You've begun to sense others like you, souls carrying a similar fire, walking through the same storms, hearing the same whisper that says, "It's time." This isn't imagination. This is heaven's signal. The marked ones are stirring. You are part of that movement, a constellation of awakened hearts shining across the darkness of the earth. Each chosen soul burns with its own shade of divine fire, but together they form a radiant map, leading others home. You've carried your light quietly for so long, hidden under the weight of survival, misunderstood by many who could not discern what was sacred inside you. But heaven never lost sight of your glow. It was only concealed for refinement. Now the refinement is complete. The embers of your calling are being fanned again by divine breath. Every prayer you whispered in secret, every tear you hid, every battle you endured when no one was watching, it was fuel for this moment. The awakening has begun, and you, beloved, are the signal flare in the night sky. The Spirit spoke through the psalmist in the book of Psalms, chapter 105, verse 15, "Touch not mine anointed, and do my prophets no harm." End. That's heaven's decree over your life. You've been shielded. Even when it looked like you were breaking, you've been guarded. Even when you felt forgotten, every attack against you has only revealed how valuable your light truly is. The enemy never fights what poses no threat. The intensity of your battles is proof of your assignment. And now, something sacred is shifting. You can feel it in your chest, an unfamiliar peace mixed with holy fire. It's the confirmation that your season of hiding has expired. The marked ones are not called to shrink, they're called to shine. And your radiance is no longer optional, it's required. But this awakening is not loud or boastful. It's quiet, deliberate, powerful. The chosen rise differently. They move with calm authority, not chaos. They build without noise. They heal without recognition. They love without conditions. And in doing so, they reveal heaven's nature on earth. You are one of them. You are heaven's reply to the world's confusion. There are others who will recognize you not by your face, but by your frequency. They will feel a strange peace when you speak, a sense of remembrance when they meet your eyes. That's the divine network reactivating. The marked ones are finding each other through resonance. When light recognizes light, darkness trembles. Do not be surprised if old things begin to crumble. Jobs, relationships, mindsets that once felt secure may start to fall away. This is not loss, it's clearing. Heaven cannot pour new wine into old skins. The shaking is necessary to remove what can no longer contain your anointing. Let it fall. Let the dust settle. What remains afterward will be the foundation of your next elevation. You are stepping into a season where your very presence will carry atmosphere. Walk into a room, and peace will follow. Speak a single word, and hearts will shift. You won't need to explain your anointing. Your spirit will testify for you. That's what it means to be marked. Heaven's fingerprint on your life is visible to those who can see beyond flesh. Some will feel drawn to you. Others will distance themselves without reason. Don't chase or question either reaction. Light attracts what is true and exposes what is false. You don't need to convince anyone of who you are. Your fruit will reveal it. Continue walking in love, in humility, and in obedience, for the anointing increases where surrender lives. As this awakening spreads, you'll begin to sense divine urgency. Heaven is moving swiftly, aligning the marked ones into positions of influence, creativity, and compassion. This is not about fame. It's about impact. You were not chosen for spotlight, but for assignment. Every gift within you, your voice, your hands, your ideas, your presence has been waiting for this release. The marked ones are being sent out as divine messengers, healers, and builders of new structures in a world that has lost its moral gravity. You are one of them. A living lighthouse standing firm while the tides of confusion crash against the shore. And though the winds may rise again, you will not fall. For your foundation is no longer built on circumstance but on calling. The mark on your life is both protection and purpose. It means you cannot blend in, cannot retreat into mediocrity. You've outgrown the comfort of compromise. Heaven has invested too much in you to let you disappear again. Every battle forged resilience. Every disappointment developed wisdom. Every tear polished your discernment. You are not fragile anymore, you are forged. Listen closely. The stirring you feel is heaven's announcement. It's time. Time to step forward. Time to embrace visibility. Time to trust that everything inside you is ready. The marked ones are rising, not as individuals, but as a collective flame. Together, their light will rewrite atmospheres, renew families, and restore nations. So now, if this word resonates in your soul, let heaven see your agreement. Comment 999 below. Type it as a prophetic act, a symbol of completion and new beginning. It's not just a number, it's a declaration that you accept your marking, your purpose, your divine awakening. When you type it, you're saying, I'm ready. Lord, I receive my alignment. I embrace my anointing. The number 999 carries the vibration of finality and birth, the closing of old chapters and the opening of divine purpose. Let it be your signature in the spirit, a visible echo of an invisible yes. Every step you've taken, every turn that seemed to lead nowhere, it all carried divine precision. Heaven never wastes movement. Even when you thought you were lost, every detour was carefully calculated, leading you exactly where you were meant to be. These were your divine coordinates, marked long before you breathed your first breath. There is no randomness in your journey. What you called coincidence was often divine arithmetic, subtle alignments that only make sense in hindsight. The wrong turns were actually redirections, and the delays were disguises for protection. God's hand has been guiding you through invisible maps, drawing you closer to your purpose with each quiet no and every painful ending. Imagine for a moment the stars in the sky, each one burning, distant yet connected through perfect geometry. Their positions are not accidents. They form constellations that tell ancient stories. Your life, too, is a constellation of moments, some bright, some dim, but all aligned by divine design to reveal a picture greater than you imagined. You couldn't see the pattern before because you were standing too close. Now heaven is pulling you back so you can finally see the art behind the chaos. Every disappointment carried coordinates. Every heartbreak moved you a few degrees closer to destiny. You weren't being delayed. You were being directed. There were times when you prayed for open doors and heaven answered with silence. But the silence wasn't rejection, it was redirection. The door you begged for would have led you to destruction. Instead, God rerouted you quietly, shielding you from what you didn't see coming. The prophet wrote in the book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 23, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way." Your steps have been ordered, each one, even the ones that felt backward, even the ones you regret. The divine GPS never lost track of you. Every season has been recalculating your route, ensuring that you arrive exactly where heaven needs you, not where your emotions want it to be. You see, destiny is not a straight road. It's a spiral, looping through lessons until your heart learns what your mind refused to accept. Each loop refines you, trims pride, strengthens faith. The same cycles you thought were punishment were actually preparation. Heaven doesn't rush maturity. God would rather slow your journey than let you reach success unprepared. Look back for a moment at the pivotal moments, the friendships that ended abruptly, the doors that closed, the jobs that fell through. Each of them carried invisible coordinates. If one thing had gone differently, you might not be standing here with the insight and strength you now possess. The heartbreak you thought broke you was a holy compass, redirecting your gaze back to God. There's a beautiful irony in divine navigation. Often, it leads you the long way around, only to deliver you right on time. Think of Israel's journey through the wilderness. What could have taken days took 40 years, but not because God was cruel. He was preparing their hearts for promise. He was removing slavery from their mindset before granting them freedom in the land. You, too, have walked long roads, but not in vain. The wilderness trained your discernment. The waiting purified your motives. If you had reached your promise sooner, you would have mistaken opportunity for purpose. But now, you can tell the difference. The divine coordinates are clearer. You are learning that peace, not pressure, is your green light. What aligns will feel effortless, not easy, but natural. And in this season, you are being guided more by presence than by plans. You've learned that the Spirit doesn't need to explain every detail before movement. Sometimes, obedience is the only map you get. You take one faithful step, and the next coordinate lights up. Heaven moves like that illumination in increments. God reveals direction as you walk, not before. Don't be frustrated if you don't see the whole path. The unknown is part of the design. Faith thrives in partial visibility. The divine coordinates aren't meant to satisfy curiosity, they're meant to strengthen trust. You don't need to know the destination, you only need to trust the one holding the compass. Every relationship that remains, every opportunity that lingers, every burden that lifts, it's all part of alignment. You're exactly where you're supposed to be, even if it doesn't look like it yet. Divine positioning doesn't always feel like progress. Sometimes, standing still is movement in heaven's language. If you could see the unseen maps, you'd fall to your knees in awe. You'd see angels marking routes you've already walked, rerouting your spirit from pitfalls you never knew existed. You'd see prayers from years ago hovering above your timeline, waiting for the right moment to manifest. You'd see how nothing, absolutely nothing, was wasted. There's peace in knowing that heaven's navigation system never fails. Even when you wander off path, grace recalculates your route. Even when you choose detours, love redirects you home. You cannot miss what's meant for you if your heart remains surrendered. So breathe. Chosen one. Rest in the certainty that you are being guided by a hand older than time, steadier than fear. You are walking along a map etched in eternity, and every step, even the missteps, are part of that design. The divine coordinates are leading you somewhere sacred. They're taking you to the intersection where destiny meets recognition, where everything that once confused you begins to make sense. You're almost there. Trust the waypoints. Trust the silence between them. Trust that even when you feel lost, heaven's compass never falters. For soon, you will look back and see the trail of light behind you, a line connecting pain to purpose, rejection to redirection, confusion to calling. And in that moment, you'll whisper the truth you now only sense. Every step was holy. There's a moment that happens before words, before recognition, before thought itself, a quiet flash when your spirit whispers, I know you. That is what happens when chosen ones meet. It isn't logic that recognizes, it's memory. Deep calls to deep. Souls who were connected in eternity before time began now find each other again under new names, new faces, new circumstances. You may not remember the details, but your spirit does. It remembers the sound, the vibration, the energy of home. When your eyes meet another chosen one, something in the atmosphere shifts. The air feels charged, softer but denser, as if heaven itself has bent closer to listen. There's a sudden stillness, a pause, as though creation recognizes reunion. You cannot explain it, yet it feels undeniable. You know you've crossed paths before, though not in this lifetime. That's how divine memory works. It carries over purpose, not form. You've likely felt it before, the moment when someone enters your life and it feels like you've resumed a conversation that never ended. There's trust without reason, understanding without words, and peace without explanation. These are not coincidences, they are divine reconnections. Heaven hides purpose inside people. When it's time, those vessels appear. They do not come to fill your emptiness. They come to remind you that you were never alone. Sometimes they stay, and sometimes they don't. Some chosen encounters are meant to last a lifetime, while others serve as catalysts. A conversation, a single moment of eye contact, a few words of encouragement. These brief encounters can shift timelines. You've done it for others without realizing. Someone crossed your path on a day they almost gave up, and your presence rekindled their light. That's how heaven works, through the chosen, not always through miracles, but through moments. You see, the divine network is alive. It breathes through people. Each chosen one is a cell in the body of light, carrying specific frequencies that others need. When one awakens, that energy ripples outward, stirring dormant embers in others. That's why, recently, you've been meeting people who mirror pieces of your spirit. You might not fully understand it, but they are reflections of different facets of your divine design. There is no competition between chosen ones, only resonance. Where ego thrives, alignment hides. The true chosen recognize one another, not by status but by spirit. They carry humility that feels ancient, eyes that seem to know too much, yet judge too little. Their words carry peace that lingers long after the conversation ends. When such souls meet, there is no need for explanation. Heaven has already introduced them. Sometimes, though, recognition brings resistance. When two bright lights meet, shadows are exposed. Old fears surface. Insecurities whisper. Wounds reopen. That's not a sign of danger, it's a sign of healing. Light brings clarity, and clarity invites release. The chosen are not meant to idolize each other, but to activate each other. You will find that some people trigger deep emotions not because they are wrong for you, but because their presence reveals what still needs healing within you. The prophet David spoke through the Psalms, chapter 42, verse 7. Deep calls unto deep at the noise of your waterfalls. All your waves and billows are gone over me. That verse describes perfectly the meeting of chosen souls. Depth recognizes depth. You don't connect through surface language, but through spiritual current. You sense each other's purpose like an echo across eternity, and though you may not share the same story, you share the same flame. In these connections, you begin to understand that love is more than emotion, it's recognition, it's the remembrance of unity. Heaven's design for connection isn't based on convenience, but on covenant. Each chosen relationship serves a divine purpose, to remind you who you are, to realign your path, or to expand your light. Some bring peace, others bring pressure. Both are teachers. Think of iron, sharpening iron. It's friction that creates the edge. The chosen sharpen one another through honesty, compassion, and sometimes even distance. When two lights merge, they burn hotter, brighter, stronger. But to merge, each must first be refined. That's why not every divine meeting immediately blossoms into harmony. Sometimes, the friction is necessary to refine both flames. These reunions happen on many levels. Some are friendships that defy logic. Some are partnerships charged with divine mission. Others are silent exchanges between strangers whose spirits simply bow to one another in recognition. You may never know their names again, yet their energy leaves an imprint that lingers for years. Heaven uses these encounters to weave the tapestry of destiny. Every thread of connection strengthens the fabric of light covering the earth. When the chosen find each other, the grid brightens, and darkness loses more ground. Each reunion releases a wave of remembrance of love, of purpose, of divine unity. This is why discernment is vital in this season. Not every familiar feeling is divine recognition. Some are karmic echoes trying to pull you backward. The true connections will bring peace even in discomfort, clarity even in mystery. You'll know them by the fruit, not the form. You'll feel strengthened, not drained. elevated, not entangled. As these divine reunions unfold, don't rush them. Let them unfold naturally. When heaven writes the story, you don't need to edit the script. The right people will stay. The right lessons will last. And the right love will grow in perfect timing. And when you encounter another chosen one, remember, you are not meeting them by chance. You are witnessing a promise fulfilled. Somewhere, before the foundation of time, heaven wrote that your paths would cross in this very age. And now, that promise is being kept. So when recognition stirs your spirit, pause, breathe, and honor the moment. Two flames, remembering their source, are a sacred sight. The divine memory within you awakens, and heaven smiles. For its children have found each other once again. Chosen one. Every road that broke you was never wasted. The shattered paths you've walked were not detours, they were divine construction sites. Heaven was rebuilding you from the inside out while you thought you were falling apart. Every heartbreak, every betrayal, every silent season was chiseling away what could not carry the weight of your destiny. You thought you were being destroyed, but you were being refined. The broken roads were not punishment, they were preparation. They led you away from what you wanted and closer to what you needed. You see, heaven's greatest gifts rarely arrive in comfort. They arrive through breaking. Only broken ground can grow new life. Only a crushed heart can carry divine compassion. What felt like endings were actually beginnings, dressed in disguise. Do you remember those nights you cried without words? The moments when the pain felt endless? When you begged for answers and heard only silence? Those were holy nights. In that silence, heaven was working. The tears you thought were wasted watered the soil of your next season. Every unanswered prayer was stored, not ignored. They are now unfolding in forms you never expected. You didn't just survive heartbreak, you were transformed by it. Pain taught you discernment. Rejection taught you direction. Loss taught you gratitude. Every wound became a window, allowing more light to enter. The version of you that stands now is stronger, wiser, and softer all at once. You've learned to love without losing yourself, to hope without clinging, to walk without fear. As the prophet wrote in the Psalms, chapter 147, verse 3, He heals the broken-hearted and binds up their wounds. You, beloved, are living proof of that promise. The healing didn't happen overnight. It was slow, sacred, and often invisible. Some days it looked like laughter after tears. Other days it looked like getting out of bed when your soul felt heavy. Healing rarely looks heroic. It looks like persistence. It looks like choosing faith when evidence is scarce. Heaven watched every small act of courage. Every time you forgave someone who didn't deserve it. Every time you chose love over bitterness, light over resentment. You shifted the atmosphere. You were not just surviving your pain, you were rewriting it into prophecy. What once hurt you now carries healing for others. Your scars have become maps for those still lost in the dark. Sometimes we think restoration means getting back what was lost. But heaven's version is better. Restoration means receiving something so divine that you stop missing what was taken. The broken roads have been redeemed. The places that once held your tears will now hold your triumphs. And though the memory of pain may visit you, it no longer defines you. You can look back now without drowning. You can tell the story without shaking. That is freedom. That is grace. You've crossed the bridge from survival to purpose. Now that you stand on solid ground, you can finally see why some things had to fall apart. The people who left made room for those who would love you properly. The jobs that ended forced you into your calling. The doors that slammed shut were divine shields against counterfeit blessings. Every no protected your future. Yes. No. The divine strategy was always restoration through release. Heaven could not give you new wine while your hands still clutched old skins. So the breaking came to empty, not to destroy. And now, look at you, freer, lighter, truer. You no longer chase what isn't yours. You no longer beg to be understood. You walk with quiet confidence because you've learned that loss cannot unmark the chosen. You've become dangerous to darkness now, not because you fight louder, but because you love deeper, because you forgive faster, because nothing can make you bitter anymore. The enemy's greatest weapon was always to make you resentful, but love disarmed it. You became untouchable when you refused to hate. The broken roads were redemption routes. They trained your eyes to see gold in ashes, beauty in ruins, life in endings. That vision is rare, sacred. That's why God trusted you with pain, because He knew you would transform it into light. You're one of the few who could walk through fire and come out carrying water for others. So now, when you meet others who are walking the same shattered paths you once did, you'll recognize the look in their eyes, the silent ache of someone trying to find meaning in the mess. When that happens, don't preach. Just be present. Your presence alone will speak louder than words. Because your energy carries testimony. You don't have to prove you've healed. Healing radiates through you naturally. Chosen one. Your redemption story is already unfolding. What once felt like rubble is now the foundation for your new life. What once looked like endings are now chapters of awakening. The roads that broke you have become bridges for others. And you have become the living evidence that God wastes nothing. Pause for a moment and let gratitude rise within you. You didn't make it here by chance. You were carried. You were covered. You were crafted through fire into gold. The divine reunion within you, between pain and peace, chaos and clarity, is complete. And if this truth resonates deep in your spirit, let heaven know you've received it. Comment below, "I'm restored." Lo, write it not as a wish, but as a declaration, because you are. Every cell of your being testifies to it. You're not waiting for restoration. You're walking in it. Heaven has already signed your release papers from the past. The broken roads no longer define you. They now lead you toward destiny. So breathe. Chosen one. Smile. Even through the tears. You made it. And what's coming next will make every painful mile make sense. There is a sacred moment when heaven reaches down and joins hands with earth, when what was once invisible begins to take form. You are standing in that moment now. Chosen one. The alignment of heaven and your destiny has reached what I call the handshake of heaven. It is that divine meeting point where your faith touches God's faithfulness, where promise meets fulfillment. Everything you've walked through has led to this connection. Every trial has been a rehearsal for this encounter. Heaven is not distant anymore. It's close enough to touch. The air around you carries the quiet pulse of divine partnership. You can feel it, can't you? That gentle hum in your spirit. Like the vibration of a string finely tuned to the right note. This is it. The handshake of heaven, the moment God extends what He has always been preparing, and you finally have the strength and maturity to receive it. It begins with trust. You no longer chase after what you can hold. You reach for what holds you. That's what faith is, the invisible handshake, the unseen agreement between your obedience and God's promise. You extend your hand through surrender, and heaven grips it with grace. As Solomon once wrote in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 9, 2 are better than 1, because they have a good reward for their labor. This is not only about human partnership, it's about divine partnership. When you take heaven's hand, your life begins to operate under a higher rhythm. You no longer walk alone, react in fear, or build from exhaustion. You begin to move in divine synchronization, your steps echoing heaven's footsteps. But let's be honest, the handshake of heaven rarely feels like fireworks. It often feels like peace. Quiet, a subtle knowing that the storm within you has finally met the stillness of God. It's when striving ends and flow begins. You'll notice it in small ways, doors opening without force, ideas coming with clarity, people entering your life with purpose. That's how heaven shakes hands with ease, not effort. Have you ever watched two rivers merge? At first, they run side by side, their colors distinct, their currents clashing, but gradually they blend until there's no separation. Just one powerful flow. That's what's happening in your spirit right now. Heaven's current and your own are merging, forming one unstoppable stream of divine momentum. And when that happens, you begin to glow differently. Peace becomes your fragrance. Your words begin to heal instead of harm. Your vision expands beyond self-preservation into service. The handshake of heaven is not only about what you receive, it's about what you're entrusted to give. You become a conduit of grace, a living bridge between realms. That's why this moment matters, because every divine connection carries a ripple effect. When heaven shakes hands with one chosen soul, 1,000 others feel it. You are not just receiving alignment, you are becoming alignment for others. So, beloved, keep your heart open. Heaven's handshake comes through whispers, through divine appointments, through ordinary moments that suddenly shimmer with extraordinary presence. You might meet someone who speaks a sentence that feels like a prophecy. You might read a line that burns through your heart like a spark. You might sense a nudge to act, to give, to reach out, and in that obedience, the connection deepens. It's a dance between surrender and participation. Heaven moves, you respond. Heaven gives, you steward. Heaven whispers, you listen. And each time you do, the grip grows firmer, the connection stronger. This is also a moment of sacred gratitude. When heaven begins to move visibly in your life, the natural response is thanksgiving, not just in words, but in actions. Gratitude is the currency of the spirit world. It says, I recognize the source. So if this word has touched you, if it feels like heaven is shaking hands with your heart right now, let gratitude rise in you, like this message. Not as routine, but as acknowledgement, like lighting a small candle to say, I see you. God, I feel you moving. If your spirit feels stirred, share this with someone who might need a reminder that they, too, are not forgotten. Think of it as passing the flame forward, one spark can light another. That's how the network of divine alignment grows heart by heart, share by share. And if this space has been a river where your soul finds peace, subscribe to stay within its current. These words aren't just messages, they're mile markers on your journey. Staying connected means allowing the flow to keep guiding you. And if your heart leads you further, if you feel that gentle tug of generosity, consider a small donation, not as transaction, but as participation. It's like planting a tree whose shade will comfort someone else later. Every offering becomes part of the story, part of the light that continues to reach those still walking in the dark. You aren't giving to something, you're giving through something, a spiritual ecosystem that feeds everyone who finds it. Your contribution, your engagement, your openness, it all becomes part of the great handshake. Heaven works through willing hands and open hearts. When you respond, you're saying to God, I'm ready for partnership. Think of it this way. Every drop of water that returns to the ocean strengthens the tide. Every small act of gratitude, every shared word, every offering of love builds a wave of awakening that travels farther than you can imagine. And that wave, your wave, will wash over dry hearts, reviving faith, reigniting hope, reminding others that heaven still touches earth. This is your sacred confirmation. The divine handshake has already happened. You don't need to reach higher. Heaven is already holding you. Walk forward now with peace, with purpose, and with the quiet knowing that you are not building alone. Heaven's grip on you is firm. Its promise is sure, and its partnership is eternal. There's a hush that falls right before revelation, a holy stillness that settles when heaven prepares to speak again. You've entered that hush. Chosen one. The noise has quieted, not because nothing is happening, but because something sacred is forming beneath the silence. This is the silence before the sound, the pause between the inhale of creation and the exhale of manifestation. For many, silence feels like absence. But for you, it's a sanctuary. Heaven does its finest work in quiet rooms. The divine doesn't need noise to build miracles. It requires surrender. And in your life right now, heaven has drawn a sacred circle of stillness around you. Not to isolate, but to instruct. In this silence, you are learning to hear differently. You used to listen with your ears. Now you listen with your spirit. The same events that once caused panic now provoke prayer. The same emptiness that once felt unbearable now feels like invitation. Heaven is tuning your inner frequency, teaching you the difference between reaction and revelation. You may have noticed that lately. Certain desires are fading. The urge to prove yourself has dimmed. The need for validation feels foreign. That's not fatigue, it's refinement. You're being emptied of what's temporary to make room for what's eternal. The silence has become your teacher. It's showing you that you are sustained, not by motion, but by meaning. In the book of Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 15, the Spirit spoke through the prophet, "In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength." Endo. That's what this season is about. Quietness, not withdrawal, but inner rest. Confidence, not arrogance, but assurance in divine timing. Strength not from striving, but from surrender. The stillness is sculpting you into something powerful yet peaceful, fierce yet gentle. When you sit in this divine quiet, you start to perceive time differently. All stretch, moments deepen. You notice things you used to miss, the way light filters through your window, the rhythm of your own breathing, the subtle whispers in your thoughts that carry wisdom beyond your own understanding. Those whispers are heaven's language, soft, precise, constant. There was a time when you begged God for answers, for signs, for noise. Now, you find comfort in the hush, because silence has become proof of presence. The absence of chaos is itself an answer. The peace you feel is the sound of heaven working in your favor. Every musician knows that silence is part of music. Without pauses, melody becomes chaos. In the same way, divine pauses give rhythm to your purpose. They mark the rests between the crescendos of destiny. This moment, this quiet is not a void, it's a verse. Heaven is composing something, and you are the instrument through which the sound will emerge. Don't mistake this stillness for stagnation. Beneath the surface, roots are spreading, foundations are settling, new instructions are being written into your spirit. You are being recalibrated to carry more light with less effort. Stillness is strengthening your discernment so that when the next sound comes, you'll recognize it instantly. It's strange, isn't it? How silence can feel like both peace and pressure. You sense something building, but you can't name it yet. That tension is holy. It's the stretch before release. Heaven never wastes tension. It transforms it into testimony. There are things being revealed to you in this silence that words cannot capture. Old fears are dissolving, and new visions are forming. The future doesn't frighten you anymore because you've learned that every ending carries divine continuation. You no longer chase what is fleeting, you wait for what is real. You are learning to walk with a quiet strength that doesn't need to announce itself. The loudness of the past was a mask for insecurity. The silence of now is the proof of stability. You've become anchored not to circumstance, but to source. In this season, heaven teaches you the language of stillness. It's spoken through patience, through breath, through small nudges of intuition. You begin to understand that revelation doesn't always roar. Sometimes it arrives as a whisper that simply says, "This way." Lo, pay attention to those subtle movements. The person you think of suddenly, the idea that lingers after prayer, the dream that won't leave you alone. These are the new blueprints. Heaven is downloading in silence. You are receiving instructions for your next assignment. Not in thunder, but in thought. When you emerge from this quiet, you will carry a new sound, not of noise, but of knowing. People will notice it. They'll sense peace radiating from you even before you speak. That peace will draw those still drowning in chaos. Not because you preach louder, but because you embody calm. That's the power of the silence before the sound. It transforms you into a living frequency of heaven's order. In the stillness, you'll also begin to perceive patterns. You'll realize that many things you once thought were coincidences were actually confirmations. The repetition of numbers, the timing of encounters, the themes that echo through different people, all are heaven's ways of saying, "Stay here. This is the right direction." End quote. There will come a day soon when the silence breaks. It will not be with noise, but with clarity. You'll wake up one morning, and everything will make sense. The questions that haunted you will fade, not because you received answers, but because you no longer need them. You'll know instinctively what to do, where to go, and who to become. Until that day, let peace be your compass. Don't rush out of the quiet. Let it finish its work. Heaven is still shaping your voice, tempering your spirit, and aligning your steps for the next revelation. The silence before the sound is the breath of God hovering over your new beginning. Wait for the exhale. It's coming soon. You've begun to notice them, haven't you? The patterns, the symbols, the numbers that appear again and again on clocks, on signs, in dreams. At first, you brushed them off as coincidence, but now the repetition is too precise to ignore. These are not random, they are reunion codes, divine signatures left by heaven to guide and confirm your steps. Every chosen soul carries a unique frequency, and when heaven begins to synchronize that frequency with destiny, signs appear. You start seeing sequences that whisper, "You're aligned." It's how the invisible speaks to the awakened. The same numbers that once looked ordinary now pulse like living language. They show up in moments when your faith wavers, when your spirit needs reassurance, or when heaven wants to say, "Yes, keep walking." Beloved, the language of heaven is not confined to words. It flows through patterns, through rhythm, through energy. These reunion codes are heaven's way of saying that the divine network is active again. You are part of something vast, connected, ancient, a symphony of souls remembering their purpose at once. When the codes appear, they're not calling you to superstition, but to awareness. They remind you that nothing is random, that everything is in motion under divine order. Think of how a mother bird calls her young back to the nest with a specific song. That sound carries memory, recognition, safety. These numbers, symbols, and signs function the same way. They call your spirit home. They remind you that you are seen, known, and guided. The prophet Habakkuk once wrote in his book, chapter 2, verse 2, "Write the vision and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it." That's what these codes are written. Visions, not in ink, but in energy. Messages designed to make you run in the right direction, to anchor your movement in divine timing. They come not to predict, but to prepare. Each repetition is a reminder that heaven has not forgotten the blueprint of your destiny. So, what should you do when you see them? Pause. Breathe. Don't overanalyze. Simply acknowledge, "I see you. God, I'm listening." Because these patterns are invitations to deeper conversation. Heaven is teaching you to recognize presence in everything. The numbers are not magic, they are messages. And the real miracle is that you are sensitive enough to notice. Each number carries vibration. For some, it's reassurance that change is near. For others, it's confirmation that a prayer has reached its appointed time. And sometimes, it's simply heaven saying, "I'm still here." The more you honor these moments with awareness, the more fluent you become in heaven's hidden language. You might find certain numbers repeating so persistently that they seem to chase you. Don't fear it. Instead, see it as your personal divine code. It's heaven's way of saying, "This one's for you." Over time, you'll begin to notice patterns in your life, aligning with them key meetings, turning points, revelations. It's not coincidence, it's choreography. For example, when a number sequence appears at moments of peace, it becomes a signature of affirmation. When it shows up during difficulty, it's a gentle nudge reminding you that strength surrounds you. Heaven has encoded comfort even in mathematics. It's one of the universe's most elegant designs, proof that faith and logic coexist. Some will call it intuition. Others will call it synchronicity. But you, chosen one, I know it's divine conversation. The Spirit speaks to each soul in the language they can best understand. To some, it's dreams. To others, it's nature. For you, right now, it's numbers. It's the hum of alignment, reminding you that destiny is unfolding exactly on schedule. Every time you see your code appear, take it as a sign of closeness. Heaven is not far. It's interacting with you in real time. Those numbers are spiritual fingerprints left along your path. They appear not to be worshipped, but to be witnessed. And perhaps you've noticed how they often show up when you least expect it, when you're worried, when you're uncertain, when your mind wanders toward doubt. Then, like a whisper through the veil, the code flashes across your path, on a receipt, on a license plate, on your phone. And in that instant, you remember you're not lost. You're led, chosen one. These signs will grow stronger as your awareness deepens. The divine network responds to recognition. The more you notice, the clearer the guidance becomes. It's like tuning a radio. The more precisely you align, the clearer the signal. Heaven has always been speaking. You are just now learning to listen with your soul. This is also a reminder that you are part of a greater family of light. Others are seeing the same codes. Across nations and languages, heaven is awakening its chosen through these signs. When one sees and acknowledges the code, it strengthens the signal for all. This is divine technology, heaven's Wi-Fi, connecting the awakened through frequency rather than proximity. So the next time you see your number, don't rush past it. Smile, breathe, whisper gratitude. Heaven is confirming your progress. You're not late, you're on time. The reunion codes are unfolding exactly as they should. And if this truth resonates deep in your heart, let the act of acknowledgement become your response. Comment 333 below. Type it not for superstition, but as agreement, a sign that you are awake, aware, and aligned. The number 333 is the vibration of divine presence, the Trinity of mind, body, and spirit in perfect harmony. It symbolizes completion and communication, the bridge between heaven and earth. When you comment it, you're saying, I hear you, I'm aligned, and I trust the process. It's your digital amen, your signature of awareness written in the language of light. The codes will continue to appear as reassurance. Don't fear the repetition, it's heaven smiling, reminding you that the path ahead is clear. You are being guided step by step, sign by sign, number by number, toward the fullness of what was promised to you. Heaven speaks. You are listening. And now, every pattern that appears is proof that your spirit is finally fluent in the language of destiny. When light meets light, the atmosphere itself changes. It's not dramatic at first. It's subtle. Like sunrise inching over the horizon, darkness does not vanish in an explosion. It withdraws quietly, unable to exist in the presence of truth. This is what happens when your light merges with another's who carries the same divine fire. Heaven designed it that way. The chosen are not meant to burn alone. They are meant to ignite each other until the world is illuminated from within. You've felt it before, the magnetic pull toward someone whose energy feels familiar, whose presence seems to awaken something ancient in you. It's not romance or fascination, it's recognition. Spirit recognizing spirit. Light recognizing light. There's a peace that arrives in that moment, but also power and knowing that together you can do what neither could do alone. That is divine chemistry, the alchemy of heaven working through human vessels. When two lights meet, their brightness doesn't compete, it multiplies. That multiplication is heaven's equation for transformation. Darkness cannot resist unity. A single flame can push back a room of shadows, but two can set the night ablaze. That's what you and others like you are doing now. Across the earth, scattered lights are merging, forming constellations of courage and compassion. Each act of truth spoken, each gesture of kindness, each prayer whispered in faith sends ripples outward, joining with others unseen. You are not simply one lamp among many, you are part of a radiant network. Think of fireflies on a summer night, each glowing in rhythm, blinking in patterns that seem random but are actually messages. Together, their light creates wonder. The darkness remains, but it loses its dominance. So it is with the chosen. When your light meets another's, communication happens beyond language. You exchange strength, clarity, and remembrance. There's a moment during every genuine connection when you feel lighter afterward, as though a burden you didn't know you carried has lifted. That's not coincidence. Light transfers. When you share truth or compassion, you exchange spiritual photons, tiny bursts of divine energy that renew both giver and receiver. This is why genuine conversation with another awakened soul feels healing. It's not just words, it's energy in motion. We often underestimate how powerful light really is. It doesn't need to shout. It doesn't demand attention. It simply shines. And by shining, it transforms. Darkness has no strategy against it. It can only retreat. Every time you choose forgiveness instead of bitterness, patience instead of judgment, hope instead of despair, you are amplifying your frequency. When you then meet another who does the same, the world's vibration lifts. Heaven's frequency expands through the earth, one heartbeat at a time. The Apostle John recorded this mystery in his Gospel. Chapter 1. Verse 5, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. That's not poetry, it's physics of the spirit. Light doesn't battle darkness, it simply exists. And in existing, darkness loses territory. That's why your awakening matters. Every step you take in awareness, every act of grace, every moment you choose, integrity over convenience, it all sends light cascading through invisible corridors of reality. Yet remember this, when light meets light, it also reveals shadows. Illumination exposes what's hidden. That's why new connections sometimes bring confrontation. Don't fear it. The friction between lights is purification, not conflict. When two awakened souls meet, what is unhealed surfaces not to destroy the bond, but to cleanse it. The brighter the union, the deeper the refinement. You are learning that love and truth are inseparable. True connection cannot exist where falsehood hides. That's why God sends other lights into your life, not just to comfort you, but to clarify you. They mirror what still needs healing, and they awaken gifts you forgot you carried. You will know them by how your spirit feels afterward, expanded, not drained, convicted, not condemned, free, not bound. This merging of lights is not limited by proximity. Distance cannot weaken it because it operates on spirit, not space. You can feel another's strength across oceans. You can send prayer that travels faster than sound. The chosen are bound not by geography but by frequency, and when one rises, others feel the pull to rise too. It's the same resonance that moves tides when the moon draws near. As more lights awaken, the collective glow intensifies. You'll begin to notice global shifts, people speaking truth more boldly, compassion blooming in unlikely places, courage spreading like wildfire. These are the echoes of unity, the evidence of heaven's fire burning through humanity. Still, do not measure your impact by applause. The brightest stars are often unseen in daylight. Their power is not diminished by invisibility. It is revealed in darkness. You may feel unseen at times, but heaven knows your coordinates. Every spark you release is recorded in eternity's tapestry. Be mindful of how you tend your flame. Protect it from bitterness, from distraction, from fear. Keep your inner oil full through prayer, rest, and solitude. When your lamp burns steadily, it naturally attracts other steady flames. You do not have to chase connection. Light finds light by design. And when you encounter those whose light still flickers, don't judge their dimness. Remember, even faint light is still light. One gentle word, one act of kindness, one moment of listening can strengthen another's flame. This is how the divine network expands, not through grand gestures, but through quiet constancy. There will come a time soon when the collective brightness of the chosen will reach a tipping point. The world will not end. It will transform. The systems built on fear will crumble under illumination. Lies will lose power because too many hearts will recognize truth. That is the destiny of light. It always wins by being itself. So walk gently but boldly. Chosen one. Every step you take radiates presence. Every encounter becomes holy ground. When light meets light, heaven smiles, for it sees its reflection shining through creation once more. And you are one of those reflections, moving through the world as proof that darkness never had the final word. When heaven holds a mirror to your soul, the reflection is rarely what you expect. It shows you not who you pretend to be, but who you have always been, underneath the noise, the divine essence waiting to be seen. These divine mirror moments are not about vanity or shame, they are about revelation. They occur when God uses people, situations, and even silence to show you a clearer image of yourself. You've begun to notice them lately, haven't you? The subtle reflections appearing in unexpected places, a friend's honesty that pierced your defenses but healed your blindness, a stranger's kindness that mirrored your own compassion back to you, a conflict that forced you to see a part of your heart still yearning for peace. Each of these encounters is a mirror. Heaven places them along your path like checkpoints, allowing you to recognize both how far you've come and what still needs alignment. The divine never exposes to humiliate, it reveals to elevate. Mirrors are sacred because they don't lie. They reflect truth in raw form. When God shows you yourself through others, it's never punishment, it's preparation. Every reflection, no matter how uncomfortable, carries an invitation. Will you see what I see? For so long, you viewed yourself through the distorted mirrors of opinion, mirrors shaped by rejection, criticism, or misunderstanding. You believed the reflections others cast upon you, forgetting that their perception was limited by their own pain. But now, heaven is shattering those warped reflections. The only mirror that matters is the one held by the Creator. It was written by the Apostle Paul in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 12. For now we see through a glass, darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know, even as also I am known. Oh, that verse is the essence of this season. You are moving from partial vision to clarity, from guessing your worth to grasping it. Heaven is cleaning the glass. Each test, each encounter, each revelation wipes away a little more fog. The image emerging is radiant, whole, and far more powerful than you've imagined. There's beauty in realizing that the divine mirror doesn't only show your flaws, it shows your glory. It reflects your capacity to forgive, your endurance through pain, your quiet strength that went unnoticed by the world. It reveals how your scars have become gold seams holding your story together. You begin to see yourself not as broken, but as beautifully mended proof that grace restores what pain once shattered. When you meet others in this journey, notice what they awaken in you. Some will reflect your light, others your shadows. Both are necessary. The ones who reflect your light will remind you of your purpose and potential. The ones who reveal your shadows will remind you to stay humble, teachable, compassionate. Every reflection is part of your refinement. Heaven uses relationships as sacred glass. Sometimes, the clearest mirror is the person who disappoints you, because disappointment strips illusions. Other times, it's the person who loves you purely, because love reflects the divine nature within you. Either way, you are being shown something vital. In these divine reflections, learn to observe without judgment. You are not what you see, you are what you're becoming through what you see. Growth begins when you stop flinching at your own reflection. You may notice old fears rising, but that only means they're ready to be released. Mirrors don't imprison, they liberate through awareness. You'll know the reflection is divine when it doesn't leave you condemned, but convicted, when it doesn't drain you, but directs you. Heaven's mirrors always leave residue of peace. Even when they reveal pain, that peace is proof that you're seeing with the right eyes. And remember, you are also a mirror for others. Your presence shows people parts of themselves they've forgotten: courage, compassion, creativity. Sometimes they react defensively because they see in you what they're not yet ready to embrace. That's okay. Shine anyway. Your light isn't meant to flatter, it's meant to awaken. As the reflection deepens, you'll start to see the divine symmetry in everything. The people you once resented become teachers. The mistakes you made become lessons. The wounds you carried become wells of empathy. Nothing is wasted in God's mirror. It all refracts into purpose. Even your silence has reflection. When you withdraw to listen, heaven reflects your inner truth more clearly. It shows you which desires were real and which were echoes of fear. You realize that self-awareness is not self-centeredness, it's stewardship of the soul. The more clearly you see yourself, the more authentically you can love others. Soon, you will look into the mirror of your life and see something astonishing. not perfection, but alignment. You'll recognize the divine image you were created to carry. You'll see how every broken piece of glass formed a mosaic of meaning. You'll understand that heaven never asked for flawlessness, only for reflection. To reflect love, truth, peace, and grace wherever you go. When you truly accept what the divine mirror shows you, you no longer fear the opinions of others. You no longer chase validation, because you've seen your reflection in the eyes of eternity. You carry that image now, a living mirror through which others can glimpse the face of God. So, stand still for a moment. Chosen one, look deeply. What you see is holy. Heaven looks through you as much as it looks at you. You are both the mirror and the reflection, the seer and the seen, the question and the answer. And as you move forward, remember this truth: the clearer the reflection, the brighter the revelation. Keep polishing the glass of your heart with humility and faith, and the world will begin to see through you what heaven has always seen: a soul made of light. There is movement in heaven again. You can almost feel it beneath your skin, the soft tremor of destiny forming its ranks. The time of scattered hearts is ending. God is gathering his warriors, his dreamers, his healers, and his prophets into formation. It is not a march of noise and violence, but of light and purpose. The chosen are stepping into position like stars, finding their constellations. This is hearts in formation. Every chosen soul carries a specific frequency, a tone that, when harmonized with others, creates a symphony of divine purpose. Alone, each note is beautiful. Together, they form a melody that shakes the very foundations of darkness. You, beloved, are not just a single instrument. You are part of heaven's orchestra, tuned by trials, refined through silence, and now ready to release the sound of awakening. It's easy to forget that alignment often begins in tension. Think of how a violin string must be stretched before it can sing. The stretching you've endured was never cruelty, it was calibration. Heaven was adjusting the tension of your life to make sure your song carried power and precision. And now, the conductor lifts his hand. The first notes of your new season are about to be played. The prophet Isaiah described it in his writings. Chapter 61, verse 3. They shall be called oaks of righteousness, a planting of the Lord, that he may be glorified. An oak doesn't grow overnight. It spends years building roots deep in silence before it ever stretches toward the sky. You have been that oak, hidden, rooted, enduring storms. But now, the roots have done their work. The wind that once threatened to break, you will now carry your seeds farther than you dreamed. You are not rising alone. Look closely. Others are stirring beside you. Some you've met before, some you haven't. Yet your spirits recognize each other. You feel a mutual fire, a shared sense of purpose. These are your fellow oaks, your formation. Heaven is aligning you not in hierarchy, but in harmony. You are an army, but your weapons are not anger. They are compassion, truth, and faith. Together, you are being called to rebuild, to bring light into systems that forgot what love feels like, to carry peace into conversations that breed fear, to remind the world that kindness is still power and truth is still sacred. You are heaven's builders, and your blueprints are written in your spirit. Imagine, for a moment, a field after the storm. the ground soaked, the air heavy with scent of renewal. Then, slowly, sprouts appear small at first, but unstoppable. That's what this movement feels like. Quiet beginnings that will grow into forests. You are part of that forest. As this message reaches your spirit, pause and feel the connection. Somewhere, another chosen one is reading the same words, feeling the same awakening. Across distance and time, your hearts are linking. This is what heaven's formation looks like, not gathering under one roof, but under one rhythm. And if this word resonates with your soul, if you can feel heaven stirring your roots again, take a moment to respond, not out of obligation, but out of recognition. When truth touches you, responding becomes an act of gratitude. Like this message, to anchor it into your atmosphere, think of it as planting a flag in the soil of your spirit, saying, "This truth is mine now." Share it so the light multiplies. A single spark in darkness is hope, but 1,000 shared flames become sunrise. You never know who might be waiting in silence for a sign that they are not alone. Your share could be their awakening. Subscribe if you wish to remain connected to this unfolding. Consider it a spiritual homecoming, a space where heaven keeps whispering through words, building you line upon line, reminder upon reminder. And if your heart feels the gentle nudge of generosity, consider sowing a donation, not because you must, but because gratitude is fertile ground. When you give, you water the message that nourished you. Think of it like adding oil to a lamp. The flame burns longer, reaching those who are still wandering in the dark. Your offering, whether large or small, becomes part of the light's endurance. And if your spirit moves you, leave a comment below your reflection, your testimony, or even a single line of agreement. Words spoken in faith create ripples. Someone else reading them may find the courage to believe again. You're not just commenting, you're contributing to the conversation between heaven and earth. In this divine formation, everyone matters. There are no spectators in heaven's army, only participants. Every word, every act of kindness, every seed of generosity joins the rhythm of awakening. The smallest echo of light still reaches the ends of creation. The gathering is not a loud revolution. It's a quiet rising. Heaven's army doesn't shout, it shines. It builds hospitals of hope in the hearts of the weary. It opens doors of forgiveness where hatred once lived. It creates art, music, poetry, prayer, and peace that carry divine fingerprints. You, beloved, are one of these fingerprints, evidence that heaven has not abandoned earth. So, stand tall now, like an oak after rain. Lift your face to the light that called you from hiding. You are no longer scattered, you are stationed. The formation is complete, and the sound of your obedience is music in the heavens. If you listen closely, you'll hear it, the rhythm of destiny, the heartbeat of a kingdom rising quietly through those who have said yes. You are part of that heartbeat, a steady, unbreakable pulse of divine purpose echoing through time. And as this symphony unfolds, may you never forget, heaven doesn't need crowds to change the world. It needs formation. It needs hearts like yours aligned, awake, and willing. A covenant is not simply a promise, it is a binding of breath, a spiritual seal that connects heaven's intention with human obedience. When the chosen enter covenant, Words are no longer enough. Actions become the language, and faith becomes the ink. This is what it means to live under divine agreement. It is not about ritual, but about relationship. It is the moment when your yes joins God's yes, and heaven writes a new chapter through your life. You have been walking toward this moment for longer than you realize. Every act of surrender, every choice to forgive, every decision to keep walking, even when the road went dark, these were not isolated gestures. They were signatures on a sacred contract. Without knowing it, you have been signing your covenant with your endurance. Many think of covenant as grand ceremony, thunder and fire. But heaven writes quietly. Sometimes the covenant is sealed in tears when you finally let go of what was never meant for you. Sometimes it's sealed in laughter, when joy returns after years of silence. Each time you chose faith instead of fear, you renewed the agreement. The prophet Jeremiah spoke of this mystery in his writings. Chapter 32, verse 40. I will make an everlasting covenant with them, to do them good. I will put my fear within them. That is the promise of the sealed ones, the chosen, who walk not by sight, but by faith. God's covenant is not fragile. It cannot be voided by your weakness or erased by your failure. It is everlasting, carved into the core of your being. The divine seal is not ink on paper, it is light on soul. And yet, every covenant has a testing. The chosen are always tried in the fires of choice. Will you trust when there is no sign? Will you love when it costs you? Will you obey when the path leads through wilderness? These questions do not come to disqualify, they come to deepen. The covenant is strengthened each time you answer with perseverance. You are living proof of that endurance. Look back and notice how many times you were given opportunities to quit and didn't. Even when faith felt threadbare, something in you refused to stop believing. That something was covenant. It's what held you when everything else fell apart. It's why, even in despair, you whispered, I still trust you. The sealed ones are recognizable by their peace. They move through storms with a stillness that confuses those who don't understand divine agreement. They are not untouched by pain, but they are unbroken by it. The covenant keeps them steady because it's written deeper than circumstance. To live under covenant is to carry heaven's signature in everyday life. It shows in how you treat others, how you speak truth when silence would be safer, how you forgive when bitterness would be easier. Each action becomes a reaffirmation of alignment. You are the living document of divine faithfulness. Sometimes, covenant feels heavy because it demands purity of intention. It calls you to a higher standard, not out of control, but out of love. To be chosen means to walk differently, to respond with wisdom instead of impulse, compassion instead of vengeance. The covenant reshapes your instincts until obedience feels like breathing. This seal doesn't make you superior, it makes you surrendered. It means you understand that your power is not self-generated, it's entrusted. You become both vessel and voice, carrying divine will in fragile form. That's why humility is the mark of the truly anointed. They know the power they carry is borrowed from eternity. In moments of doubt, remember that covenant is not one-sided. You are not the only one holding on. Heaven's grip on you is stronger than your grip on heaven. Even when your faith falters, the seal remains. It's not your consistency that sustains the bond, it's divine mercy. You may wander, but you will not be lost. The path may twist, but it will not end in ruin. The covenant ensures restoration every time. You might not feel chosen every day. Some mornings, the silence feels heavier than promise. But that's exactly where the depth of covenant shows itself, in the commitment to keep walking even when no one is watching. True devotion is quiet. It doesn't demand recognition. It just remains. There's a strange kind of peace that comes with understanding this truth. You don't have to strive to stay sealed. The covenant isn't about perfection. It's about participation. It's about saying yes, again and again, even when your voice trembles. It's about trusting that God's yes is louder than your fear. Think of it as a bond between flame and fuel. The flame cannot exist without the fuel, but the fuel is meaningless without the flame. Together, they sustain light. You are the vessel. God is the fire, and the covenant is the space where both meet. Heaven doesn't call you to earn the seal, it calls you to honor it, to live in awareness that your every step, word, and choice ripple beyond your own life. The covenant makes you a conduit. Through you, blessings flow into places still barren. Through you, others glimpse hope again. And that, beloved, is the purpose of being sealed. Not to boast of being chosen, but to become a bridge. You are a living reminder that divine love is relentless, that mercy has memory, that promises made in eternity are still unfolding through human hearts willing to believe. So walk with quiet confidence, not arrogance, but awareness. You are under covenant, a sacred agreement that even time cannot dissolve. The ink of it runs through your veins, glowing with purpose, binding you to destiny. When storms rise, whisper to yourself, the seal still holds, because it does, and it always will. There are moments when revelation descends, not as thunder, but as rain, soft, steady, and impossible to ignore. You've entered that season now, the time of heaven's downloads. The air feels thicker with meaning. Dreams are sharper. Thoughts arrive like sparks. And inspiration floods faster than you can capture it. Heaven is speaking in multiple languages at once, through intuition, through scripture, through silence. You are receiving information not for entertainment, but for assignment. Every chosen one reaches this phase after refinement. Only vessels emptied of noise can carry divine signal clearly. You've been through the storms that silenced distraction, and now your inner frequency is clear enough to receive. The downloads may not come with fanfare. They often emerge during ordinary tasks, in the car, in the shower, in quiet moments between breaths. They are subtle, but their impact is immense. Revelation doesn't arrive to flatter your intellect. It comes to stretch your purpose. What heaven gives is rarely complete. It comes as fragments, images, impressions, phrases like puzzle pieces from another realm. The Spirit expects you to handle them carefully, to meditate, to discern what belongs to now and what belongs to later. Divine communication always trusts maturity. The prophet Jeremiah once declared, chapter 33, verse 3, "Call unto me, and I will answer thee, and show thee great and mighty things, which thou knowest not." That invitation still stands. Heaven's downloads are responses to your seeking. When your spirit calls out sincerely, heaven answers not only in words, but in revelation. What you sense stirring inside the ideas, the sudden understanding of old wounds, the clarity about next steps is evidence that heaven is answering. You are being entrusted with insight that could alter lives, beginning with your own. There is responsibility in revelation. What you receive is not for display, but for direction. Some things are meant to be shared, others are meant to be guarded. Heaven reveals secrets to those who can keep them sacred. As you navigate this flow of wisdom, discernment becomes your closest ally. Ask yourself often, is this for public expression or private preparation? Some downloads are seeds that need time to germinate before being released into the world. At times, these downloads may arrive faster than you can process. You'll feel restless, as though there's too much light for your current container. When that happens, slow down. Heaven never rushes revelation. The same Spirit that delivers insight also teaches pacing. If you try to act prematurely, you may distort the design. Wait until peace accompanies the message. Peace is always the signature of completion. Many miss heaven's downloads because they expect grandeur. But divine information often hides in simplicity. The whisper that tells you to reach out to someone. The intuition to take a different route. The thought that won't leave your heart. These are as divine as visions and prophecies. The holy doesn't shout, it sinks. Your dreams are changing too. Some nights, you'll wake with fragments that feel more like instruction than imagination. Keep record of them. Write quickly. Even if the details seem unclear, heaven uses dreams to bypass logic and deliver truth directly into your subconscious. Later, when you read those notes, patterns will emerge, and you'll realize the message had been building for weeks. Don't be surprised if technology begins to mirror this process. A verse you needed appears on your screen at the right moment. A song lyric answers a prayer. Even algorithms bow to divine timing when heaven wants to reach you. The physical world becomes a reflection of spiritual precision. Receiving downloads doesn't make you superior, it makes you responsible. The light you hold is meant to guide, not to boast. Revelation is an act of service. You are entrusted with divine information because heaven knows you will use it to heal, to build, to awaken others. This is why stillness remains essential. A receiver must stay tuned. The more grounded you are, the clearer the transmission. Spend time in quiet. Walk in nature. Read words that expand rather than drain you. Protect your mind from the static of fear and comparison. Heaven's frequency is subtle. It thrives in peace. Soon, you'll realize that these downloads are not random messages. They form a roadmap. Each insight builds upon the last, forming steps toward your next divine assignment. You may not see the full picture yet, but the pattern is emerging. Follow it. Trust it. Every revelation is a breadcrumb leading you home to purpose. You are not just hearing from heaven, you are conversing with it. The dialogue is alive, unfolding, and deeply personal. You ask through prayer, and heaven answers through inspiration. You move in faith, and heaven responds with confirmation. So breathe deeply and stay open. What is coming next is not chaos, it's instruction. The divine network is transmitting at full capacity, and your spirit has finally tuned to the right frequency. Heaven's downloads are not distant, they are daily. All you have to do is listen, receive, and remember, revelation is love in the language of wisdom. There comes a sacred point in every chosen journey when heaven stretches out its hand and says, "It's time for the exchange." You feel it before you understand it, a quiet urgency in your chest, an inner stirring that tells you something must be released for something greater to arrive. It's not punishment, it's promotion. This is the divine exchange. All of creation operates on exchange. Seeds surrender to soil before they become trees. Stars burn themselves away so that light can travel through galaxies. Even breath itself is an exchange. You exhale what no longer serves and inhale what gives life. Heaven has built this rhythm into everything, including you. You, beloved chosen one, are now standing at that threshold. Heaven is inviting you to trade the remnants of old pain for peace, confusion for clarity, fear for power. This is not a symbolic act, it's a spiritual transaction. Every time you choose trust over control, you participate in divine economy. You give what weighs you down, and heaven returns what lifts you higher. The prophet Isaiah described it with divine precision in his writings. Chapter 61, verse 3. To grant to those who mourn in Zion, to give them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. And that is the blueprint of your current season. The ashes of your old self, the disappointments, the regrets, the mistakes are the currency of transformation. You are not being emptied to be abandoned. You are being emptied to be refilled. The divine exchange only begins once you let go of what was never meant to stay. It starts quietly. You begin to notice how certain things no longer fit the conversations that drain you, the goals that once excited you but now feel hollow, the identities you built just to survive. Heaven begins to tug gently at those attachments, asking, "Will you trust me with these?" And if you do, something incredible happens. The weight lifts. Releasing is rarely easy because the human heart confuses familiarity with safety. But God cannot fill hands that are still clinging to what's fading. You have to open your grip to receive what's next. The divine exchange requires vulnerability, the willingness to stand empty before you can be made full. Sometimes, what you release isn't material, it's emotional. Guilt, shame, resentment, unworthiness. These are the currencies of bondage. When you surrender them, heaven rewrites your story. The weight you carried for years begins to dissolve, replaced by a lightness that feels almost foreign. That's the power of spiritual trade. Heaven never takes without giving something better in return. You might not recognize what you're receiving at first, because peace feels strange to those who've lived in chaos. Rest feels suspicious to those who've only known striving. But give it time. Let the new rhythm of grace settle into your bones. The peace that follows surrender isn't fragile, it's fortified. It's not the absence of storms, it's the ability to stand calm within them. The divine exchange also transforms perception. The same memories that once caused pain begin to reveal purpose. The betrayals that once broke you now teach you boundaries. The losses that hollowed you out become the space where wisdom lives. God never wastes pain, He recycles it into power. What was meant to bury you becomes the soil of rebirth. As you walk through this process, understand this truth. You are not losing, you are trading up. Every surrender expands your spiritual capacity. The person you're becoming is lighter, freer, and closer to divine rhythm. Heaven's exchanges are always weighted in your favor. This process also calls for gratitude. When you thank heaven, even while letting go, you accelerate transformation. Gratitude is the key that unlocks divine economy. It tells heaven you trust its balance sheet, that even if you don't yet see what's being returned, you believe it's better than what you've released. Sometimes the exchange is sudden, other times it's slow, unfolding like sunrise over water. You may not notice the shift until one day you wake up, breathe differently, and realize the heaviness is gone. The things that once consumed you no longer hold power. That's how grace works quietly, thoroughly, eternally. You'll know the exchange is complete when your focus shifts from asking, "Why did this happen to me?" to proclaiming, "This happened for me." That single change of perspective is evidence of transformation. You no longer look at pain as punishment, but as participation in heaven's refining fire. You begin to trust that every loss was actually a trade, one you couldn't have negotiated better yourself. When this happens, you carry a new fragrance, the scent of release. People will feel it before they understand it. They'll sense peace in your presence, even if they can't name why. That's the anointing oil. Isaiah spoke of the oil of joy replacing mourning. It's the invisible residue of divine exchange, the proof that heaven has touched your life and left its signature. So if this message resonates with something deep within you, take a breath and acknowledge the shift. This is your moment to respond, to mark your agreement with what heaven is doing inside you right now. Comment 1111 below. Type it not as superstition, but as a symbol of alignment. The number 1111 carries the vibration of transition and awakening. It represents the opening of new gateways, the merging of the divine and the human. By writing it, you declare, "I'm ready for my exchange. I choose release over resistance, trust over fear, faith over control." And each stroke of that number is an act of surrender. Each keystroke echoes your willingness to trade the ashes for beauty, the pain for purpose, the striving for serenity. Heaven honors such declarations. The moment you align your heart with surrender, unseen forces begin to move. Don't worry about what's leaving your life right now. If it's departing, it was never meant to carry you into your next season. The divine exchange removes what cannot survive in your elevation. What's coming is tailored to your growth. Trust that the same God who asks you to release is the one who provides in overflow. The exchange is always generous. What you give in tears returns as laughter. What you release in weakness returns as strength. What you lay down in fear returns as faith. The divine exchange is not an event, it's a lifestyle. Every day you breathe out what no longer serves and breathe in what heaven provides. Every moment of forgiveness, gratitude, surrender, or kindness continues the transaction. You are, and always have been, part of heaven's endless circulation of grace. And so, chosen one, exhale what is old, inhale what is divine. The exchange is complete. There is a rhythm to confirmation that the soul begins to recognize once faith matures. It's the moment when everything that once felt uncertain starts echoing the same message from multiple directions. You see it in conversations, in scripture, in nature, in numbers, in dreams. The signs begin to harmonize, forming what can only be described as waves of confirmation. It's not coincidence, it's communication. Heaven is echoing. Yes, this is the way. And when you first step into obedience, it feels like walking blindfolded. You act on whispers, trusting without proof. But then the confirmations begin to flow, not because you demanded them, but because heaven delights in affirming your trust. Each wave of confirmation strengthens your spiritual footing. It tells your soul, you heard correctly. Keep going. And confirmation is heaven's way of rewarding listening hearts. It comes when your spirit has learned to discern God's voice amid the noise. Before, you chased signs out of fear of being wrong. Now, they arrive naturally because you're walking in rhythm. They are not requests you make. They are responses heaven sends. The Apostle Paul wrote in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 1, "In the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall every word be established." Oh, that principle is the foundation of divine confirmation. God never leaves truth standing alone. He surrounds it with witnesses, events, people, impressions that all align to affirm His will. The more you align with heaven's rhythm, the more clearly these witnesses appear. Sometimes, a wave of confirmation arrives as peace, so deep that it silences your logic. You stop wrestling with decisions and simply know. That knowing doesn't come from reasoning, it comes from resonance. The vibration of heaven and your heart finally match frequency. That's why peace is always the ultimate confirmation. It cannot be manufactured, it can only be received. At other times, confirmation comes through repetition. You might hear the same phrase from different sources within days, words you didn't expect to connect, or a verse that appears in separate readings, conversations, and even dreams. These are not random overlaps. They are divine choreography. Heaven repeats what it doesn't want you to forget. There are seasons when confirmation feels like a wave because it doesn't stop at one message. Once you align with divine instruction, everything around you begins to echo it. The universe seems to hum the same note. The books you read, the people you meet, the timing of events, all of it forms a chorus, affirming what heaven already whispered in secret. This is not magic or manipulation, it's alignment. Heaven cannot confirm what isn't true, and it won't affirm what contradicts love. That's why discernment is vital. The enemy can mimic flattery, but it cannot counterfeit peace. Genuine confirmation always brings calm. Never pressure. It leaves you lighter, not anxious. You've probably noticed how, lately, synchronicities have multiplied. You think of someone, and they call. You pray about direction, and an opportunity arises within hours. You question your worth, and someone affirms it unknowingly. These are waves of divine reassurance. Heaven is teaching you that partnership with God isn't guesswork, it's dialogue. As your sensitivity increases, you'll realize confirmation doesn't always come in language. Sometimes it arrives through atmosphere. You'll enter a space and sense clarity. You'll meet someone and feel peace without words exchanged. These energetic affirmations are as valid as spoken ones. They belong to the deeper dimension of divine communication, where truth vibrates before it's spoken. But even as confirmations flow, remember this: they are not the destination, they are the compass. The signs are not the point, the source is. If you fixate on the symbols, you risk missing the intimacy behind them. Confirmation exists not to replace trust, but to strengthen it. Once your faith matures, you'll need fewer signs, because trust itself becomes your evidence. There's also a hidden mercy in delayed confirmation. Sometimes, heaven withholds immediate assurance to strengthen your capacity for faith. It's like walking in fog. You only see the next few steps, but the path still exists. When confirmation finally arrives, it's not just validation, it's vindication for your endurance. It's heaven saying, "You waited well." End of through. These waves of confirmation often precede major transitions. Before every divine shift, heaven reaffirms your identity. You start hearing messages about courage, purpose, or rebirth everywhere you turn. That's not projection, that's preparation. Heaven ensures that your spirit is fortified before your circumstances change. And when the waves come, ride them with gratitude. Don't demand, receive. Let the rhythm reassure you, but not replace your dialogue with God. The goal of confirmation is communion. Each affirmation draws you deeper into partnership, reminding you that heaven is not silent, it's symphonic. There's an art to living in awareness of these waves without drowning in analysis. You learn to move with intuition instead of interrogation. Not every coincidence needs dissection. Some moments are meant to be enjoyed, simply as grace, small winks from heaven reminding you that you're seen. As you walk forward, expect confirmations to evolve. Early on, they come as external signs. Later, they arise from within. The deeper your union with the divine, the less you'll look outward for validation. Your own peace becomes proof. Your own stillness becomes the sign. That is maturity, the graduation from dependence on signs to dependence on spirit. Eventually, confirmation becomes constant because you realize you and heaven are no longer two voices, but one conversation. Your intuition, sharpened by obedience, naturally mirrors divine will. The external signs still appear, but now they're celebrations. Not crutches, gentle nods from heaven that you're moving in perfect time. You are entering that phase now. The waves of confirmation around you are not random, they are the music of alignment. Each echo is a note. Each repetition, a rhythm. Each coincidence, a chord. Heaven is composing reassurance into your days, so that even when storms return, you'll remember the melody of faith. So listen. Chosen one, don't rush past the subtle harmony unfolding in your life. Every whisper, every alignment, every repeated truth, it's all heaven's way of saying, you're right where you need to be. End of. Let that awareness settle into your spirit until it becomes unshakable. The waves may rise and fall, but the rhythm beneath them never stops. That rhythm is divine confirmation itself, steady, sure, eternal. There is a certain stillness before great revelation. Like the ocean right before dawn, flat, calm, shimmering with potential. You, beloved, chosen one, are standing on that quiet shore now. The tide is about to shift, and when it does, it will carry you into deeper waters, not to drown you, but to teach you to float in faith. For so long, you've walked along the edge of obedience, dipping your toes into surrender, but never fully letting go. Yet heaven has been whispering, come deeper. The shallow waters can no longer hold what you've been given. Depth is calling your name. At first, the invitation feels terrifying. Deeper water means less control. It means trust must replace footing. But every chosen one must face this moment, the leap from comfort into current. That's where transformation happens. where miracles begin. The surface is safe, but nothing grows there. Growth requires immersion. We are reminded through the words of the psalmist in the book of Psalms, chapter 42, verse 7. Deep calls unto deep at the noise of your waterfalls. All your waves and billows have gone over me. That is the language of this season. Deep is calling to deep. Heaven is not asking you to drown, it's asking you to discover buoyancy. When you surrender fully, you don't sink, you rise. What you thought would overwhelm you becomes the very force that carries you. Stepping into the deep requires faith. Yes, but also release. You can't carry the baggage of shallow living into deep waters. Fear, control, resentment, they all act like weights. The more you let go, the lighter you become. The lighter you become, the more you float. You might feel the current pulling you in unexpected directions. That's how divine flow works. It redirects without explanation. You're no longer rowing against the wind, you're learning to move with it. Your life begins to flow like a river instead of a struggle. The same force that once frightened you now feels like freedom. As you move deeper, you start to understand how heaven's current works. It doesn't rush, it carries. It doesn't drag, it draws. You realize that surrender isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It's the understanding that peace moves faster than panic, and grace travels farther than grasping. And when you finally release, something beautiful happens. You begin to hear the water, not just physically, but spiritually. The rhythm of the waves becomes a language, the rush of the tide, a sermon. You start to recognize heaven's whisper in the smallest movements, the way time slows when you breathe, the way peace descends when you stop forcing outcomes. That's divine communication in its purest form. Chosen one. This message reaches you at a sacred intersection. Heaven is inviting you to stop wading and start swimming, to move beyond curiosity into commitment. You've already felt the pull, the dreams, the ideas, the inner nudges that won't leave you alone. They're all signs of the current calling you deeper. But here's the truth few admit. Even the strong must rest in the water. You're not called to swim endlessly, you're called to float. Floating is the art of trust in motion. It's where you stop fighting gravity and let grace hold you. If this word feels like a mirror to your current season, if you can feel that same current tugging at your spirit, then take this moment to anchor it through action. Let gratitude flow outward, like ripples across the surface. Like this message, not for vanity, but as a way of saying, I'm here, I hear you. Every tap of agreement is like a small light rising from the sea, evidence of awakening hearts answering the same call. Share it, because somewhere, another soul is standing on their own shoreline. Unsure if they can take the leap, your share might be the push that gives them courage to trust the water. The sea of faith was never meant for one swimmer, it was meant for many moving together, each wave strengthening the next. Subscribe to remain in this current. Every word released here is another drop in the tide of transformation. Together, they form a flow, a continual reminder that you are not alone in your depth. Staying connected keeps you swimming in rhythm with others who have heard the same call. And if your heart feels the pull of gratitude, consider sowing a donation. Think of it not as payment, but participation. It's like casting a stone into water. The ripples reach farther than your eyes can follow. Your generosity helps keep this ocean of words alive, reaching others who are still afraid to step in. Each offering becomes a wave of hope, extending beyond your own life. There's a divine balance between giving and receiving, between inhale and exhale, between tide and shore. When you give, you're not losing, you're joining the current of heaven's circulation. You're saying, "Let my gratitude become movement unto your light." Your voice, your heart, they all matter in this ocean. Every response, every act of engagement, every drop of faith you release becomes part of something much bigger. Heaven's waters are wide, but every ripple counts. So, as you read these words, close your eyes for a moment. Imagine yourself stepping beyond the shallows. The sand slips away beneath your feet, but you don't fall, you float. The water, warm and alive, carries you effortlessly. The sun glints across the waves, and for the first time in a long while, you stop trying to control the current. You just let it move you. That's where you're being led to a life carried by divine rhythm, guided not by fear, but by flow. The deep is calling, chosen one, not to test you, but to teach you that you were always meant to move with the water, not against it. This is your moment. Let go. Breathe, and allow heaven's current to carry you home. There's a sound that travels through eternity, a tone so pure that every chosen soul recognizes it when it arrives. It doesn't enter through the ears, it vibrates through the heart. It's the frequency of awakening, the sound that whispers, "Rise again." You've heard it before, haven't you? In the middle of a sleepless night, when something inside you refused to give up. In the silence after loss, when hope quietly rebuilt itself from the rubble. That was heaven's frequency, finding you again. You see, every chosen one carries a spiritual receiver within them, tuned to a specific frequency that only heaven can activate. When you're aligned, that receiver hums. You start to sense direction without explanation. You begin to see patterns forming where chaos once lived. The static of fear fades, replaced by clarity. The divine doesn't speak louder, it speaks clearer. And suddenly, everything makes sense, not all at once, but enough for peace to enter. This is the mystery of resonance, the invisible thread that binds your soul to heaven's voice. It's why certain words, songs, or moments strike you so deeply. They're not just experiences, they're reminders. Heaven has been tuning you for this moment. The Apostle Paul captured this perfectly in his letter to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 16. The Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children of God. That's what resonance is, the Spirit bearing witness within you. It's not about external confirmation anymore, it's about internal vibration. When the Spirit speaks, your soul doesn't argue, it agrees. It vibrates in recognition, saying, "Yes, this is truth." But resonance doesn't come without refinement. Before you could vibrate with heaven's tone, your frequency had to be cleared of distortion. That's why the past seasons felt so heavy. Every heartbreak, disappointment, and loss acted like static, muffling the clarity of divine communication. Heaven wasn't silent, it was tuning you. It was removing interference so that, when the sound came, you'd hear it with unmistakable clarity. And now, the interference has quieted. You can feel the shift, the way peace arrives quicker, the way anxiety leaves sooner. You don't panic the same way you used to, do you? That's not indifference, That's spiritual stability. Heaven's resonance now anchors your emotions. Sometimes, resonance feels like déjà vu, a knowing before knowing. You meet someone and instantly recognize their energy. You walk into a place and feel your purpose expand. You hear a phrase, and it echoes inside you like something you've always known but forgotten. That's how heaven reactivates memory. You're not learning something new, you're remembering what was written in your spirit long before birth. The more attuned you become, the more effortless guidance feels. You no longer strain to hear, you simply know. You move from striving to flowing, from asking to aligning. Prayer becomes less about pleading and more about partnership. Instead of shouting into the void, you listen to the melody already playing beneath your circumstances. You realize heaven has never been far. It's been humming underneath your noise all along. But resonance also carries responsibility. When your spirit becomes sensitive to truth, falsehood feels heavier. You'll notice how gossip, fear, or negativity suddenly exhaust you. That's not weakness, that's discernment. You're recognizing energetic dissonance vibrations that no longer match your frequency. Protect your peace like sacred music. Don't let static back into the station heaven has tuned so precisely. As your resonance strengthens, others will feel it. Your words will begin to carry weight beyond logic. People will say, "I don't know why." But when you speak, "I feel peace." That's the sound of alignment. You're not just talking, you're transmitting. Your presence itself becomes healing. You won't even have to try. Heaven will flow through your tone, your timing, your truth. There's something holy about realizing that your mere existence changes the room's atmosphere. When you walk in resonance, light becomes contagious. People around you begin to breathe easier without understanding why. That's your calling manifesting without announcement. Still, resonance isn't constant noise, it's rhythm. There will be moments when heaven seems quiet again. But that quiet isn't absence. It's rest between notes. Even music needs pauses to remain beautiful. The silence that follows a divine sound is not emptiness. It's the echo waiting to settle into the heart. And when that silence comes, don't rush to fill it. Sit with it. Let it resonate. The echo itself contains wisdom. Sometimes, heaven speaks not through new messages, but through the vibration of what was already said. You'll find that your life begins to take on a musical quality, peaks and pauses, notes and rests, harmony and contrast. The more you surrender to that rhythm, the more miraculous everything feels. Every event, every meeting, every decision becomes a chord in the song heaven is composing through you. And now, chosen one, heaven invites you to acknowledge what you already know. Deep inside, the frequency has changed. You're not hearing the world the same way anymore. You're vibrating on heaven's wavelength. That's why peace feels different, now deeper, steadier, stronger. If this message hums in your soul like truth, if something in you feels that quiet vibration of recognition, let it be known. Comment, "I receive" below. Not as ritual, but as resonance. These 3 simple words are a declaration that your spirit is awake, attuned, and aligned. When you write them, you are saying, "Yes, I hear the sound. I feel the call. I resonate with heaven." Those 3 words become a tuning fork in the atmosphere, sending out waves of agreement that ripple through unseen realms. Every I receive becomes part of a chorus of souls responding to the same divine melody. This is how heaven builds harmony through willing hearts, vibrating in unity. You are not alone in this song. You are one note among millions, each echoing light in a darkened world. And together, the sound we make will become the anthem of awakening, the music that reminds creation of its creator. So stay in tune, stay surrendered, and keep listening. The sound hasn't ended, it's only just begun. There is a part of your journey that no one else will ever fully understand, the private path where heaven shapes you in silence. It is the hidden corridor between calling and commission, the unseen hallway where purpose matures before it is displayed. This is the sacred solitude of the chosen. It is not isolation by circumstance, but consecration by design. Heaven hides you before it reveals you, not because you are forgotten, but because you are being fortified. Every great purpose begins in obscurity. Seeds are buried long before they bloom. In the same way, God plants his chosen in hidden places, where growth can occur away from the noise of comparison. It's there, in the quiet, in the unseen, in the waiting that your roots deepen. The world might call it loneliness, but heaven calls it preparation. There were seasons when you felt forgotten, weren't there? When your prayers seemed to echo off the walls of your own soul, when others advanced, and you stood still, when the light you carried felt heavy inside you, unseen and unappreciated. But what you didn't realize was that heaven had you wrapped in sacred stillness. You were not standing still, you were being still. You were being guarded, not withheld. In the first book of Kings, chapter 19, verse 12, the scripture records, "And after the earthquake a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire, and after the fire a still small voice." End quote. That still, small voice is the language of solitude. It's the tone of God's whisper when all the world's noise has been stripped away. The chosen don't learn power in crowds, they learn it in caves. Like Elijah, you had to be pulled away from the noise so that the whisper could finally reach you. Heaven could not risk the message being distorted by volume. In solitude, your spirit learns sensitivity. You begin to recognize subtle movements of grace, the quiet reassurance when fear tries to rise, the gentle nudge to rest when your mind demands motion, the silent confirmation that you are still on the right path. These are treasures you only acquire in the silence of being set apart. Heaven's solitude is not punishment, it's precision. When you are hidden, God removes unnecessary voices and distractions so that identity can form without interference. The chosen must know who they are before they are known by others. The silence becomes the forge, shaping confidence that is not built on applause, but on intimacy with the source. There's something holy about learning to live without validation. In solitude, you stop performing and start being. You no longer chase approval because you've heard the approval of heaven echo through your own heartbeat. You realize that divine purpose doesn't need audience, it needs alignment. Every prophet, every reformer, every vessel of light walked this path. Moses tended sheep for 40 years in Midian before confronting Pharaoh. David hid in caves long before he wore a crown. Even Jesus retreated to the wilderness before stepping into ministry. Heaven has always used solitude as sanctuary, not as exile. The wilderness is not where you are forgotten, it's where you are formed. In that hidden place, your vision clarifies. You begin to discern which dreams were divine and which were merely distractions. You start recognizing which relationships were rooted in truth and which were rooted in convenience. Solitude burns away illusion, leaving behind only what's authentic. The fire of silence refines what the noise of life could never purify. And though solitude can ache, that ache is holy. It's the stretching of your spirit to make room for greater revelation. Loneliness whispers lies of abandonment, but solitude sings songs of intimacy. Heaven's silence is not absence, it's presence in its most concentrated form. It teaches you to hear without hearing, to see without seeing, to know without knowing. When you embrace solitude instead of resisting it, everything changes. You stop asking, "When will I be seen?" and start asking, "What is heaven showing me here?" That shift turns isolation into invitation. The hidden season becomes a dialogue rather than a delay. You are learning now that the power of solitude is its ability to separate signal from static. It teaches you to value quality over quantity of words, of relationships, of movement. You discover that not every opportunity deserves your energy, and not every platform deserves your presence. The chosen walk slower but further, because they move in sync with divine timing. There will come a day soon when heaven opens the door of your hiding and says, "It's time." When that moment comes, you won't have to announce yourself. The fragrance of your preparation will go before you. People will call it sudden, but you'll know it was sacred timing. The hidden years were not lost, they were invested. Every moment of obscurity was buying you endurance, humility, and unshakable peace. When God hides you, He is not concealing you from people, He is revealing you to purpose. Every unseen day was shaping invisible strength. Every quiet night was carving wisdom into your bones. Every unanswered prayer was laying foundation beneath your feet. And when you finally emerge from this season, you will not crave crowds. You'll move quietly, powerfully, like one who knows that visibility is not victory, obedience is. You'll carry calm authority, the kind that cannot be faked because it was forged in silence. Remember this, solitude is the soil of intimacy. It's where God plants revelation, too delicate for noise. If you ever find yourself alone again, don't despair. Return to that quiet space with reverence, knowing that you are walking into sacred territory. The stillness that once felt heavy will now feel holy. The world may never understand the worth of your hidden years, but heaven does. It's where the whisper became your anchor, where presence became your compass, and where identity became your armor. You were never forgotten. You were being fortified in silence for the sound that's about to change everything. Every divine journey reaches a threshold where the unseen begins to take shape, where what was once only promised starts pressing against the walls of the visible world. You are standing at that very threshold now. Chosen one. It is the border between vision and manifestation, between prophecy and performance. For years, heaven has been constructing blueprints in silence. And now the building is ready to rise. The foundation you laid through faith, patience, and perseverance has cured long enough. It can bear the weight of glory. This is not the season of imagining anymore. It is the season of embodiment. The dreams that lived as whispers in your prayer life are preparing to take on skin and substance. What you felt stirring in your spirit will soon have a name, a location, a form. This is the mystery of manifestation. Heaven releases in the invisible what earth must prepare to receive in the tangible. But manifestation rarely appears the way the mind expects. Heaven never builds according to human blueprints. Sometimes what arrives looks smaller than what you envisioned, yet hidden within it is exponential potential. Like a seed, the beginning is always humble. Only heaven knows the full pattern of what it planted inside you. The manifestation will not come as spectacle, it will come as stewardship. The prophet Zechariah captured this beautifully in his writings. Chapter 4, verse 10. Who despises the day of small beginnings? For the Lord rejoices to see the work begin. 1. God rejoices not only in completion, but in commencement. The first small act of faith, the email you finally send, the step you finally take, the word you finally speak, each of these opens the gates for divine manifestation. Heaven moves through movement. Faith is the catalyst that transforms revelation into reality. Many think manifestation is about waiting for miracles to appear. But in truth, it's about becoming the vessel through which miracles flow. Heaven manifests through people, not to them. That's why your inner refinement was necessary. The container must match the content. God has been shaping your character to sustain what is coming. The blessing would have crushed you if it had arrived before your maturity did. Now that alignment has been achieved, manifestation will feel less like arrival and more like unfolding. You will notice small signs, first conversations that open doors, coincidences that seem too precise to be random, ideas that attract resources naturally. These are early movements, like the first ripples on the surface before a wave rises. Don't rush the wave, honor the rhythm. It's easy to become impatient when promise begins to stir. The human heart, conditioned by scarcity, fears delay. But manifestation follows divine timing, not emotional urgency. What's being prepared for you is exact down to location, moment, and method. A premature manifestation could distort the purpose. The process is not delay, it's precision. As you step closer to fulfillment, keep humility close. The danger of manifestation is misinterpretation. Some mistake blessing for arrival and stop growing once the first fruit appears. But manifestation is not the end. It's a signal of readiness for more. It's heaven's way of saying, "Now I can trust you with greater things." The true test of manifestation is stewardship, how you hold what you've received. When the harvest begins, do not forget the soil. Gratitude keeps manifestation fertile. Every time you acknowledge God as the source, you multiply capacity. Ingratitude closes channels. Humility widens them. Blessings are not rewards. They are responsibilities wrapped in grace. Heaven's gifts increase not through possession, but through purpose. There's a quiet moment that happens before every major, unveiling the deep breath before the curtain lifts. You are in that moment now. The atmosphere around you feels charged, heavy with promise. Things are aligning behind the scenes in ways you cannot see. Conversations are being arranged. Hearts are being softened. Doors are being unlocked. What once required force will now unfold through flow. Still, manifestation brings weight. New light attracts new shadows. Expansion always comes with exposure. Don't be surprised if envy, misunderstanding, or resistance appear. These are signs of visibility, not vulnerability. What's visible attracts attention, but what's rooted cannot be uprooted. Remember the oak of righteousness. You've grown underground long enough. Now, even in wind, you'll stand firm. The manifestation of divine promise also redefines identity. You will begin to see yourself not as a seeker, but as a steward. Not as one waiting for miracles, but as one walking among them. It may feel strange at first, this new level of ease after years of struggle. Don't sabotage it by expecting chaos. Peace is not the absence of progress, it is the rhythm of alignment. As heaven's plan crystallise, you'll begin to notice synchronicity multiplying around you. Paths crossing, timing, aligning, opportunities arriving by chance. But there is no chance in divine orchestration, only choreography. Everything you need to sustain the manifestation is already being drawn to you. Resources recognize purpose. Provision follows obedience. And when the promise finally becomes tangible, pause before you celebrate outwardly. Take a moment alone with God to acknowledge the journey. Remember the nights you almost gave up, the seasons you walked by faith, the prayers whispered into darkness. The manifestation is not just proof of answered prayer, it's evidence of divine companionship. Heaven never left you, it led you here, step by step. As this season unfolds, hold revelation and responsibility in equal measure. Continue to listen. Continue to move. Continue to give thanks. The manifestation is not a reward for endurance, it's the next chapter of purpose. What you see forming is only the beginning of what will multiply. You are living in the space between promise and permanence, between word and world. Every moment is sacred now, every action prophetic. The manifestation has begun, and it carries your name written in light. Walk gently, walk aware. The invisible is becoming visible through you. There are moments when heaven draws so close that you can almost feel eternity brushing against your skin. These are not ordinary moments. They are thresholds, divine intersections where heaven invites you to agree with its timing. You, beloved chosen one, have reached such a threshold. Now, the air itself feels charged with purpose. The signs have multiplied. The confirmations have aligned. And the silence that once tested you has become peace that anchors you. Heaven whispers one word over your spirit now: crossover. This is not just transition, it's transformation. You are crossing from surviving to reigning, from hoping to embodying, from waiting to walking. Everything you've endured was preparation for this step. The pain that nearly broke you built the strength required for this moment. The delays that frustrated you ensured the foundation beneath you could hold the weight of destiny. You are not the same person who began this journey. You are refined, ready, and radiant with purpose. But every crossover requires a choice. The river that stands before you represents everything comfortable, predictable, and familiar. It's safe on this side. You know its patterns, easy pass, its people. Yet deep within, your spirit knows you cannot stay here. Heaven never calls you to comfort. It calls you to completion. Staying would mean shrinking. Crossing means becoming. The prophet Joshua recorded it best in his book, chapter 1, verse 9. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. That is heaven's command. For you now, not suggestion, not request. Command. Fear is not absence of faith. It's the trembling doorway through which faith must walk. Courage isn't the lack of fear, it's obedience in its presence. Every chosen one must eventually step forward while their knees still shake. Crossover moments never come with guarantees, they come with grace. You will not see the entire bridge before stepping onto it. You'll take one step, and the next stone will appear beneath your feet. That's how divine movement works. It reveals as you go. Heaven doesn't require your full understanding, only your willingness. As you cross, you'll notice the weight of old seasons lifting. People who no longer align with your frequency may drift away. Paths that once felt vital may dissolve. Don't mourn the release. It's sacred subtraction. The divine never takes without making room for greater addition. You can't carry yesterday's burdens into tomorrow's blessings. On the other side of this crossing lies expansion, new opportunities, relationships, and revelations, waiting for the version of you that exists beyond fear. The river isn't there to block you, it's there to baptize you. Each step through uncertainty washes away remnants of the old. By the time you reach the far shore, you'll be lighter, freer, more attuned to heaven's rhythm than ever before. Crossover seasons can feel disorienting. You'll have moments when you question whether you've stepped too soon or waited too long. But trust the timing. Heaven is meticulous. Nothing arrives 1 second before or after it's meant to. Every step, every pause, every redirection is part of divine choreography. As you cross, hold this truth tightly. Miracles happen in motion. The waters don't part until your feet touch them. Waiting for full clarity before acting is a form of fear disguised as wisdom. Faith steps first. Action is the trigger that releases divine assistance. You've likely noticed how heaven has been preparing your environment too. Conversations have shifted. Old cycles have closed naturally. New ideas have begun to spark inside you. These are all signs that the river is ready. The current is moving in your favor. The season of standing still has ended. This crossing is not just for you, it's for every soul connected to your obedience. There are people waiting unknowingly on the far side of your courage. Your step of faith will become their invitation to believe again. That's how destiny multiplies, one obedient act rippling across generations. Still, crossing requires focus. Don't look back. The moment you start analyzing what's behind you, fear regains its voice. The past is not your reference anymore. The promise is, keep your eyes forward, fixed on what heaven is showing you, not what memory is reminding you. And when you feel the uncertainty of deep waters beneath your feet, remember that you're not crossing alone. Heaven walks with you, not beside you, but within you. Every breath you take on this journey is shared with the divine. The current cannot carry you where grace cannot sustain you. If this message resonates in your spirit, if something inside you feels the pull, the confirmation that this is your moment to cross, acknowledge it. Comment 5,555 below. Type it as a prophetic act, a declaration that you are stepping boldly into your new season. The number 5,555 carries the vibration of transformation, divine change, and freedom. It symbolizes heaven's movement, swift, complete, undeniable. When you write it, you're saying, I'm ready to cross. I trust the current. I choose courage. That simple act of agreement sends a signal through the spiritual network, aligning heaven's resources with your decision. Angels move where faith declares, and in that instant, what was once invisible begins to shift into position around you. This crossing isn't only about arriving somewhere new, It's about becoming someone new. Every time you choose obedience over hesitation, your spirit expands. Every step forward widens your capacity to carry glory. You are no longer just walking in faith. You are walking as faith embodied. The current is rising. The call is clear. The shore ahead glows with promise. It's time. Chosen one. Step forward. Let the river wash away fear, doubt, and delay. The moment your foot touches the water, the way will open. Heaven has been waiting for your yes. Cross now, and as you do, listen closely. You'll hear the water sing your name. There's a fragrance that follows obedience, the scent of rain on dry ground, of hope reborn after drought. You can almost smell it now, can't you? That faint sweetness in the air, signaling that heaven is near. You, beloved chosen one, have crossed rivers and faced storms, and now you're stepping into fertile ground. This is not the same soil that rejected you before. It has been softened by time, watered by tears, and blessed by your perseverance. Now it is ready to receive the seeds you carry. Every word you've spoken in faith, every act of kindness unseen by others, every prayer whispered through exhaustion, these were seeds. And though it seemed for a while that nothing grew, heaven was at work beneath the surface. Growth does not always announce itself with noise. Sometimes it happens quietly, deep below, where eyes cannot see. But now the soil is breaking open, and sprouts of promise are reaching toward the light. The Apostle Paul wrote in his letter to the Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, "And let us not grow weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap, if we faint not." And this, right now, is due season. Heaven is calling forth the harvest of your faith. The same hands that planted will now gather. What you sowed in tears, you will reap in joy. The seasons of lack were never meant to last. They were meant to teach you how to steward abundance when it arrived. Yet, abundance doesn't come without responsibility. You must tend what you've grown. You must guard your field against the weeds of doubt and distraction. You must keep watering your purpose with gratitude. The harvest is not a finish line, it's an invitation to cultivate deeper, to share what has been given. That's what this moment is about, sharing. The soil of this message isn't meant to stay in one place. It's alive, it breathes, it multiplies, it spreads. When you like this word, you're pressing your hand into the soil, saying, "Yes, I recognize this is fertile ground." It's not about algorithms, it's about agreement. Every click becomes a prayer of gratitude. Every reaction, a drop of water on the roots of someone else's faith. When you share it, you become a sower yourself. Think of it like scattering seeds into winds you cannot control. You don't know where they'll land, but heaven does. Someone scrolling in silence might stumble upon this message and feel the warmth of recognition, the sudden understanding that God has not forgotten them. Your share could be their sunrise. Your obedience could be their awakening. And to those who subscribe, you are saying, "I'm staying connected to the flow of this river." You're building a rhythm of remembrance, a place where words of light can find you again when darkness tries to return. This isn't just a channel, it's a gathering of kindred spirits, a digital sanctuary where chosen hearts unite to keep the fire burning. Now, to those who feel moved to donate, understand this. Generosity is never about transaction, it's about transformation. When you give, you're not paying for words, you're participating in the miracle that multiplies them. Your offering becomes like oil poured into a lamp. It doesn't buy light, it keeps it burning. Every seed you sow in gratitude becomes another flame that can reach further, illuminating hearts you'll never meet, but who will feel your love through the glow. Your giving, your sharing, your engagement. These are modern forms of ministry. In a world that thrives on noise, you're choosing to amplify light. That is sacred. That is holy. But more than all this, let's speak of what truly matters. The transformation happening inside you. You've learned that harvest isn't about what you have, it's about who you've become. You are no longer the person who feared loss, who doubted worth, who mistook waiting for wasting. You've discovered that divine timing is never late. It's layered. Every delay was a layer of preparation, building depth within your spirit. Now, as heaven pours out, increase. Remain grounded. Remember that abundance without purpose becomes distraction. You are not being blessed to boast. You are being trusted to bless. Every gift given to you, time, talent, resource, is meant to flow outward. The river of grace only stagnates when it stops moving. Look around your life. The evidence of growth is everywhere. Conversations that used to drain you now empower you. People who once wounded you no longer trigger pain, they trigger compassion. You can walk through the same places that once broke you and not crumble. That's not coincidence, that's cultivation. You've been tilled by trial and watered by wisdom. Now you carry peace that can't be stolen. And in this moment, take a deep breath. Feel it, the stillness of contentment. The awareness that you are exactly where you need to be. You're not behind, you're aligned. Heaven doesn't measure progress in speed, but in surrender. You've surrendered enough to sustain what's next. The harvest season can feel both thrilling and humbling. Thrilling because manifestation is tangible now. Humbling because you realize how little of it was your doing. Yes, you planted and tended, but it was heaven that sent rain. Heaven that commanded growth. Heaven that kept you standing when storms threatened to wash it all away. Gratitude becomes your new posture. Reverence your new rhythm. So as the fields of your life turn golden with promise, don't hoard the grain. Scatter it. Feed the hungry. In spirit or in truth. Speak light into places that still feel dim. Use your voice as seed. Your kindness as rain. Your generosity as sunlight. The more you give, the more the earth of your life will yield. You are not simply harvesting blessings, you are becoming a field where others can find nourishment. That is what it means to be chosen, not to own the miracle, but to overflow it. So walk gently into this new abundance. Walk with open hands, open eyes, open heart. For the soil that once buried you is now blooming beneath your feet. There are moments when the soul begins to glow from within. When light no longer just surrounds you, it starts to flow through you. You've reached that point. Below, chosen one. The fire that once flickered faintly inside has now become steady, constant, holy. You are not just walking in light anymore, you are becoming it. For so long, you prayed for breakthrough, for clarity, for confirmation. What you didn't realize was that heaven was turning you into the very answer you were waiting for. You are the message, the miracle, the manifestation. When you speak, light travels. When you move, Heaven moves with you. The atmosphere bends toward the divine rhythm that now resides within your spirit. The Apostle John captured this mystery perfectly in his writings. Chapter 8, verse 12. Then spake Jesus again unto them, saying, I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life. And that same light of life now burns within you, not borrowed, not temporary, but éternel. You have followed faithfully. Even when the path was dim, you walked through valleys others avoided, faced silence others feared, and kept believing even when hope felt thin. And now, heaven has rewarded that persistence by igniting your soul with divine illumination. This light isn't loud. It doesn't demand attention. It's steady, peaceful, magnetic. People will feel it before they understand it. They'll sense something different about you, an unexplainable calm, a quiet authority, a radiance that softens even hard hearts. That's the mark of divine flame. It doesn't burn to destroy, it burns to reveal. You are entering a season where your very presence will become prayer. Your silence will speak. Your smile will heal. Your authenticity will dismantle illusions. You won't have to prove your anointing. It will simply be the same spirit that hovered over creation now hovers over your steps. Where you go, darkness retreats. But with light comes responsibility. To shine is to be seen, and to be seen is to be tested. The brighter your glow, the more shadows will try to return, not to defeat you, but to test your steadiness. Yet remember this, shadows only exist where light shines. Their presence proves your illumination. Don't fear the attention your growth attracts. Let the light handle what the light exposes. This inner radiance also calls for discernment. Not every room deserves your glow. Some spaces are not ready for brilliance. They need gentle warmth, not blazing fire. The mature chosen learn when to shine fully and when to rest quietly. You are not a spotlight. You are a sunrise. You rise gradually, steadily, transforming night into day without force. As your influence expands, so will your reach. Doors will open without effort. Opportunities will seek you out because light attracts destiny. But remain grounded. Remember that light is not about display, it's about direction. It exists to guide, not to glorify itself. The truest brilliance is humble, for it knows its source. This light also has healing properties. When you embrace it, your body, mind, and emotions begin to align. Old wounds fade because light reveals truth, and truth releases peace. You'll find yourself forgiving faster, recovering quicker, and loving deeper. The radiance within you restores balance. It cleanses spaces and calms storms. You become a walking sanctuary, a mobile altar where heaven and earth meet. But do not underestimate the cost of carrying such fire. Light requires fuel, and your fuel is intimacy with the divine. Stay close to the source through prayer, reflection, and rest. Even lamps anointed with holy oil must be refilled. You cannot pour from an empty vessel. Protect your quiet hours. They are where the flame renews itself. And though your journey has been long, this light confirms it was worth it. Every tear became oil. Every heartbreak became kindling. Every silence became oxygen. Heaven used pain as process. shaping your soul into something luminous. You are not defined by the darkness you endured. You are defined by the light you refuse to extinguish. Now, as heaven releases you into greater visibility, let your radiance serve as invitation, not intimidation. Let others see that divine fire does not consume it, comforts. You're not here to compete with darkness, but to transform it. Every act of compassion, every word of truth, every moment of courage sends ripples of light farther than your eyes can see. When others encounter you, they should feel possibility, awaken. They should sense that hope is still alive, that goodness still exists. That is the ministry of light. It reminds the world that God hasn't gone silent. He's speaking through glowing hearts like yours. There will be times when you feel the flicker again. When fatigue or sorrow tries to dim you, don't panic. Even stars have cycles. The light never leaves, it rests. Give yourself permission to pause. Sometimes the most powerful act of shining is simply remaining chosen one. If this word resonates deep within you, if you feel that quiet, knowing that your light has returned brighter than ever before, seal it with a simple declaration. Comment, "Shine on," below. Those two words are more than a phrase. They are agreement. A declaration that you will no longer hide your brilliance out of fear or humility misunderstood. You are saying, "I accept the responsibility of radiance. I will shine, not for attention, but for transformation." When you write it, you are sending a ripple through the unseen, joining countless other lights across the world in one symphony of illumination. Together, we become constellations, souls shining in unity, guiding wanderers home through the dark. You were never meant to flicker out. You were meant to blaze steadily, gracefully, eternally. And now that the flame is alive again, nothing, no storm, no shadow, no doubt can extinguish it. Shine on, chosen one. The world has waited long enough to see what heaven placed within you. There is a language that requires no words, the communication of presence, the dialogue of stillness, the eloquence of peace. You are beginning to speak that language now. It's the unspoken resonance of the Spirit that moves before your mouth opens, the frequency that touches hearts before you ever explain yourself. This is what happens when the chosen mature. Their very being becomes the message. You no longer strive to convince, you simply are. The most powerful sermons are lived, not spoken. They echo through your choices, your patience, your integrity when no one is watching, every act of restraint, every gesture of grace, every decision to respond with love instead of reaction. These are your sacred sentences written in invisible ink across the atmosphere. Heaven reads them. The world feels them. It was written in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Onsen, peace is not weakness, it's mastery. It's the highest form of authority. Anyone can shout, few can stay still, and radiate calm in chaos. True power doesn't need to prove itself. It stabilizes everything it touches. You are stepping into that level of authority now, not the kind that dominates, but the kind that harmonizes. You no longer need to fight for position because you've learned that divine favor is your credential. When heaven anoints a person with peace, it is saying, you have graduated from reaction to revelation. That peace doesn't mean life grows quiet. It means you do. Circumstances still move. Storms still form. But inside, you remain steady anchored in a stillness that cannot be shaken. That stillness is evidence of spiritual maturity. You've noticed it, haven't you? Things that used to disturb you no longer hold the same power. The opinions of others feel smaller. The delays that once caused anxiety now feel like detours of divine precision. You've stopped rushing outcomes because you finally trust timing. This is not apathy, it's alignment. It's the serenity that comes when you stop wrestling with what you already know heaven has under control. There's something sacred about this stage of the journey. It's quieter, yes, but not empty. The silence is full, thick, with clarity and contentment. You begin to notice beauty in simplicity again, the rhythm of breath, the warmth of sunlight, the steadiness of heartbeat. The world still spins, but you've found center. This is where wisdom lives. It doesn't shout instructions, it hums guidance. You don't chase answers anymore, they arrive naturally, like wind through an open window. When questions arise, peace becomes the filter. If an idea steals peace, it's not for you. If it expands peace, it's divine direction. In this stillness, you also become more aware of others' pain. Your peace becomes a refuge for them. Without trying, you start calming storms in other people simply by being near. Your words may be few, but they carry the fragrance of heaven. That's what it means to be a vessel. Your presence becomes a reminder that God is near. This phase of peace doesn't erase emotion, it refines it. You'll still feel deeply, but you'll respond differently. Anger turns into understanding. Grief becomes gratitude. Even disappointment transforms into direction. The same fire that once consumed you now fuels your compassion. You begin to see humanity through heaven's eyes, flawed, yes, but still worthy of love. You also realize that peace is not passive, it's protective. It guards the gates of your mind against fear's invasion. It filters your responses through kindness before they exit your mouth. It prevents you from returning curses to those who wounded you. Peace is not silence in conflict, it's strategy in chaos. It teaches you when to speak, when to walk away, and when to simply breathe. The world needs that kind of peace more than ever. In a time of noise and haste, those who carry calm become anchors. That's your assignment now, to stand as a lighthouse, steady amid the storms of culture, reflecting light without needing applause. You don't have to debate to prove truth, you embody it. You don't have to shout to shift atmospheres. You exhale peace and watch it ripple outward. This is what divine maturity feels like. Less reaction, more revelation. Less striving, more surrender. Less proving, more presence. You have become fluent in the language of calm, and that fluency heals more than 1,000 words ever could. Don't mistake this peace for complacency. It doesn't mean you've stopped moving forward. It means you've learned how to move without panic. You're no longer driven by pressure, but drawn by purpose. Your pace has changed because your trust has deepened. You don't need to see everything ahead. You simply follow peace step by step, knowing it never misleads. And in that following, something profound unfolds. You begin to experience God, not as a distant deity, but as a rhythm inside your breathing, a pulse beneath your thoughts. You start to recognize the divine not just in answered prayers, but in every moment you remain centered amid uncertainty. You, chosen one, are becoming a living sanctuary. People will find rest in your words, comfort in your gaze, reassurance in your silence, not because you are flawless, but because you are anchored. Peace has become your ministry. As you continue in this quiet phase of grace, nurture your stillness, protect it fiercely. The world will try to pull you back into chaos. But remember, you cannot calm storms while standing inside them. You are the eye, not the wind. Stay centered. From that center, everything aligns. When you finally understand this truth, you realize something remarkable. Peace is not the reward of the journey, it is the journey. Every revelation, every healing, every victory has led you here, to this calm awareness that nothing is missing, nothing is wasted, and nothing can separate you from the hand that holds you. You've become what you sought, a vessel of divine rest in a restless world. That's not the end. It's the fulfillment of purpose. You were never meant to chase peace. You were meant to become it. There are seasons when the soul begins to remember what eternity feels like, not in grand visions or voices from the sky, but in the quiet realization that everything truly sacred has always been inside you. This is the season of remembrance. It's not about recalling the past. It's about awakening to who you have always been. You are not learning, you are remembering. You are not finding your path, you are walking back into it. When heaven formed you, it placed within you a divine memory, a blueprint of destiny imprinted before your first breath. The world, with all its noise, tried to make you forget. Pain made you question. Disappointment blurred the picture. But now, in this sacred clarity, memory is returning. It arrives as intuition, a déjà vu. As sudden knowing, you look around and feel, I've been here before, not physically, but spiritually. That feeling is truth reawakening. The psalmist spoke of this divine recall in the book of Psalms, chapter 103, verse 2. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits. Endo, forget not. Those words are more than reminder, they are instruction. The soul's journey is not about collecting new truths, but unearthing the ones buried beneath fear and time. Heaven is not adding to you. It is uncovering what's always been there. You are rediscovering promises once sealed in your spirit. Dreams you thought were lost, but were only waiting for your maturity to unlock them. Remembrance brings power. When you remember your divine origin, fear loses its hold. You stop begging for what's already yours. You no longer plead for worth. You walk in it. Prayer becomes less about asking and more about aligning. You start to speak from authority rather than anxiety. You realize that the same God who began the work in you never left midway. He's been shaping every chapter into divine symmetry. There's a strange calm that accompanies this awareness. The need to rush fades. The obsession with validation dissolves. You understand now that heaven's timeline is not late, it's layered. Every delay was storing strength in your soul. Every detour was a disguised lesson in trust. You were never off track. You were collecting wisdom for the road ahead. Remembrance also changes how you see others. You stop labeling and start recognizing. Instead of enemies, you see teachers. Instead of interruptions, you see orchestration. Everyone and everything has played a part in your awakening. Even the ones who hurt you carried sacred purpose. They pressed against your wounds until they revealed where healing was needed. When you look through the lens of remembrance, Resentment loses oxygen. Gratitude takes its place. The more you remember, the lighter you feel. You begin to see that forgiveness is not forgetting. It's recalling love's supremacy over pain. You realize that every heartbreak was an act of sacred reconfiguration, rearranging your heart to hold more light. The things you thought destroyed you actually delivered you into awareness. You no longer see your past as punishment, but as prophecy in disguise. This stage of the journey often brings tears, but not of sorrow. They are tears of recognition, the body's way of saying, "I finally remember." You might find yourself crying during prayer, or while watching the sunrise, or while hearing an old song that suddenly feels holy. Those tears aren't weakness, they are sacred signals of restoration. Memory is healing you cell by cell, breath by breath. You will also notice that your prayers begin to change. You no longer speak as one reaching upward, you speak as one in union. The distance between heaven and earth dissolves. You start to feel God, not as a presence visiting you, but as a rhythm within you. Words become less necessary. You find yourself whispering, "I remember," and feeling a flood of peace that no language can contain. In remembrance, creativity blossoms. When the soul reconnects with its divine blueprint, inspiration flows effortlessly. Ideas, visions, and insights return as if they were waiting at the edge of your awareness. You don't chase them, they find you. Every divine idea is memory returning to purpose. You'll begin to see that your talents are not random, they are remnants of eternity placed within you to continue creation's story. This remembering also awakens reverence for the present moment. You realize that eternity doesn't begin after death, it's happening now. Every second holds sacred potential. The mundane becomes mystical, the sound of rain, the warmth of a cup in your hands, the steady rhythm of your own heartbeat. These are echoes of heaven reminding you that you are, and have always been, deeply connected to life's divine pulse. Even your body joins in the remembrance. It relaxes where it once carried tension. It breathes deeper. It stands taller. The body is not your enemy. It's the temple that remembers what your mind forgets. Each cell hums with the frequency of divine origin. When you move, you carry the sound of creation's first yes. In this sacred remembering, you stop trying to become something. You realize you already are. You are not a seeker chasing light. You are light, returning to awareness of itself. That understanding removes striving and replaces it with serenity. You move slower, speak softer, love wider. You see yourself not as separate from heaven, but as its continuation on earth. There's a profound humility that comes with this. When you remember who you are, you no longer need to prove it. When you recall your divine lineage, pride has no place. It gives way to wonder. You realize how vast and beautiful this mystery is, that God lives within, that eternity beats inside your mortal frame, that your existence itself is a bridge between worlds. And as this remembrance deepens, peace settles like gentle rain. You look at your reflection, not the outer form, but the glow behind your eyes and whisper, "I remember." The heavens smile when you say that, for remembrance is reunion, and reunion is restoration. You have found your way home, not to a place, but to a presence. The same light that called you into being now calls you to rest in the fullness of knowing. You were never lost, chosen one. You were simply remembering your way back to yourself. There is a sacred stillness that arrives near the end of every divine journey, not a silence of emptiness, but one filled with reverence. It's the hush that falls when the orchestra has played its final note and the air still trembles with sound. You, chosen one, are standing in that stillness now. It is not the conclusion of your story, but the culmination of understanding. You are not finishing, you are flowering. Everything you've walked through, every wilderness, every waiting room, every whisper of heaven that kept you from collapsing each moment, was a thread woven into this tapestry of peace. You are seeing the design now, aren't you? The patterns you once questioned make sense in hindsight. What felt like chaos was choreography. What felt like delay was divine rhythm. You were never wandering, you were being arranged. The prophet Isaiah once wrote in his book, chapter 46, verse 10, declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure. Oh, that is the truth now unfolding in your life. Heaven had already seen this moment before you took your first breath. Every detour was written into the design, every trial accounted for, every victory foreseen. God does not improvise, He orchestrates. And now, the melody of your journey has reached its resolve, not a final note, but a harmonic rest. The peace you feel is not stillness after storm, it's sovereignty, realized. It's the awareness that even the wind was your teacher. You no longer look at challenges as interruptions, but as invitations. You see that every closed door redirected you toward alignment. Every unanswered prayer protected you from what wasn't meant to carry your name. The weight you carried was never punishment. It was preparation for permanence. This moment, this chapter, is what spiritual maturity feels like. Still, unbothered, clear. You've stopped chasing signs and started living as one. You've stopped searching for meaning and started radiating it. You no longer need to prove your worth, because you've remembered it. You've learned the art of resting while remaining ready, the rhythm of divine balance. What used to feel like striving now feels like surrender. You move with grace because you finally trust gravity, the pull of purpose that keeps you aligned with heaven's orbit. You've realized that destiny isn't a finish line, it's a frequency. You are tuned now, aligned, awake, and yet, with this peace comes profound awareness. You begin to sense how interconnected everything truly is. Every word, every thought, every small act of kindness releases, ripples through creation. You begin to walk softer, speak slower, and love deeper. Because you understand the sacred weight of your presence, you've become aware that even your silence carries instruction. You don't just exist in the world, you influence it invisibly. This is the mystery of maturity. The stronger your spirit becomes, the gentler your energy grows. Power no longer looks like control, it looks like compassion. Authority no longer looks like dominance, it looks like steadiness. You have become a reflection of heaven's quiet confidence, a mirror of divine patience. It's important now to pause and look back with gratitude. Not nostalgia, gratitude. You can honor the pain without re-entering it. You can bless the chapters that broke you, because they also built you. You can thank the nights that hurt, because they taught you to glow without guidance. Gratitude doesn't deny what happened, it redeems it. As you sit in this reflection, notice how your breath feels different. It's slower, heavier, full of awareness. You're breathing the same air, but you're not the same person. Every inhale carries wisdom. Every exhale releases what's no longer needed. You are living prayer now, a vessel through which heaven exhales peace into the world. The more you rest in this awareness, the more you see divine fingerprints on everything. Even the smallest moments shimmer with purpose. The bird that lands on your window, the timing of a phone call, the warmth in a stranger's smile, all of it becomes holy. You start to live as one who knows there are no coincidences left, only confirmations. You no longer fear change, because you finally see its pattern. Life is not loss, it's rotation. Every ending is a beginning disguised in different language. Every goodbye carries the seed of hello. You've lived long enough in the rhythm of the divine to know that what leaves will return in a better form. Nothing good ever truly goes, it transforms. And in this transformation, you have too. You have become light with skin, calm with pulse. Eternity condensed into a single lifetime. You carry heaven in your gestures, in your patience, in your forgiveness. You no longer need to speak of faith. Your existence itself testifies. You've also learned the delicate art of letting others walk their paths without interference. Once, you tried to rescue, to convince, to carry. But now you understand that even pain is sacred teacher. You walk beside, not ahead. You love without controlling. You trust without demanding. This is divine maturity, to love people as God loves you, with freedom. There's also a new humility in you, not the kind that diminishes, but the kind that deepens. You've seen too much grace to ever boast again. You know that everything you are is borrowed light. You've learned that true strength kneels before mystery and whispers, "Thank you." Oh, and so, you rest not in fatigue, but in fulfillment. The fire inside you no longer rages, it glows steadily. You've become like a candle in a temple, small, but éternel. The world may never fully see the process that shaped you, but heaven does, and that's enough. Take a moment here, in this quiet, nearing the end, to let peace stretch across your being like dawn over water. You've walked through shadow and fire, through silence and revelation, through breaking and becoming. You've seen the face of fear and kept walking anyway. You have reached the place where purpose and peace intertwine. This isn't the end of your story, chosen one. It's the beginning of your eternity in awareness. What lies ahead is not repetition, it's radiance. The journey continues. But now you travel lighter, wiser, and utterly free. You have become what heaven envisioned, a reflection of divine steadiness in a trembling world. And though your footsteps may fade into silence, the light you carry will echo long after. At last, you have arrived at the horizon of fulfillment, the quiet glow where journey meets eternity. And destiny exhales its final word, completion. Not the ending of a path, but the merging of all paths into one radiant truth. You are not standing at the finish line, chosen one. You are standing in the center of purpose, fully realized. What was once scattered within you has gathered. What was once fragmented has fused. The long road home has led you here to wholeness. It is a strange and beautiful stillness. You can sense it even now. The feeling that nothing is missing, that even the pain of the past has softened into meaning. It's as if the air itself recognizes your arrival. You no longer strive to understand. You simply know, not intellectually, but through the deep awareness that hums beneath every heartbeat. You've moved beyond belief into embodiment. The Apostle Paul once wrote in his second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 7, "I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith." Olam, those words, though ancient, now live inside you. You have fought the quiet battles, the unseen ones that no one applauded but heaven. You have endured loneliness, doubt, and delay without losing your light. You have faced spiritual winters and still chosen to bloom. You didn't just keep the faith kept you. And now, you rest in the grace of completion, a peace that can only come after perseverance. Completion is not perfection. It's alignment, the moment when every thread of your story weaves together into one coherent design. You look back and realize that the times you thought were detours were actually details. Every heartbreak, every silence, every unanswered prayer was architecture. Heaven was building through both pain and promise, sculpting you into a vessel capable of carrying light without breaking under its brilliance. Now, as you stand in the soft light of fulfillment, gratitude becomes your native tongue. You no longer ask why or when. You simply whisper, "Thank you," because you understand now that even the waiting was sacred. The unanswered seasons were not punishment, they were gestation. Heaven was growing something eternal within you, something that could not be rushed. This realization changes everything. You no longer measure success by outcomes, but by obedience. You don't evaluate purpose by applause, but by alignment. You recognize that joy isn't found in arrival, but in awareness. You've learned the rhythm of divine timing, the pulse that says, all things truly work together for good. And in this sacred awareness, the fear of the future dissolves. You understand now that nothing ahead can undo what heaven has sealed within you. The path may shift, but the promise remains immutable. Even endings have become sacred to you, because you know they are simply openings in disguise. Every door that closes whispers, "This chapter is complete. Turn the page." Oh, completion brings clarity. You see how your story fits into the greater narrative of creation. You realize that your personal transformation was never meant for you alone. It was preparation for service. The light you carry is not to be hoarded, but to be shared quietly, steadily, without fanfare. You've become a continuation of heaven's heartbeat in human form. Wherever you walk, peace follows. Wherever you rest, grace expands. You also understand that completion does not mean retirement from purpose. It means readiness for evolution. A completed vessel becomes usable for greater things. The journey has not ended, it has deepened. What once felt like mountains now looks like steps. What once felt impossible now feels inevitable. You've learned that heaven's pace is patient but unstoppable. There is also a gentleness that accompanies this stage. You've outgrown the need to rush, to argue, to prove. You carry truth like water, clear, calm, and sustaining. You no longer throw your wisdom like stones, you pour it like rain. You've realized that the greatest power is kindness, and the greatest victory is peace. Completion has also revealed the beauty of simplicity. You find God in laughter, in the wind's sigh, in the rhythm of breathing. You no longer chase the spectacular, for you've discovered the divine in the ordinary. The sacred isn't somewhere far above, it's here, in the pulse of the present moment. The veil between heaven and earth has thinned because your awareness has widened. You see the eternal shimmering inside the temporary, and yet, this completion isn't static, it's alive. Like a sunset that transitions seamlessly into dawn, you are part of a continual flow. Life doesn't stop here, it unfolds endlessly. The cycle of giving and receiving, sowing and reaping, dying and rising. It continues, but now with rhythm, with grace, with understanding. You've become a conscious participant in creation's dance, no longer resisting, no longer striving, simply moving with divine tempo. You can rest now, not because the world is finished with you, but because you are finally at peace with the world. The storms may still come, but they no longer shake you. You've become the calm in your own weather. The light you sought outside has fully ignited within. If you could see yourself through heaven's eyes right now, you'd see radiance, not the blinding kind, but the steady glow of a soul that has remembered its source. You are the culmination of every divine whisper, every answered prayer, every moment of mercy stretched across time. Heaven does not applaud loudly, it smiles quietly, saying, "It is done." And so, chosen one, breathe deeply. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the peace that comes when striving finally surrenders to serenity. The journey you've walked was never random, it was revelation in motion. You are not at the end, you are at the beginning of eternal awareness. Completion is not the silence after music, it's the lingering resonance of harmony fulfilled. It is the echo of heaven that remains, even after the words have ceased. And that echo now lives in you. You have become the message, the miracle, and the melody. The journey continues, but from here on, you walk as one who knows they are already home. Chosen one. You've reached the end of this divine journey, but not the end of your transformation. This isn't goodbye, it's a gentle beginning. What began as words has become awakening. The message that once spoke to you now lives through you. You've walked through revelation, remembrance, and release. Now, heaven invites you to live what you've learned. You carry light that cannot fade, wisdom that cannot be unlearned, and peace that cannot be shaken. This story was never about reaching perfection, it was about realizing presence. You've seen yourself through heaven's eyes, and now you walk as a living reflection of grace. If these words have spoken to your soul, if they stirred something deep within that you didn't know still lived, let that recognition become response. Take a quiet moment to like this message, not for me, but for yourself. It's your way of saying, yes, I received this. Yes, this truth is mine. Then, share it. Somewhere. Someone you love is still standing where you once stood, tired, unsure, praying for a sign. Your simple act of sharing could be the light that finds them in the dark. You never know whose story might begin because you chose to release what once healed you. And if your heart feels connected to this movement, subscribe. Stay close to this space where heaven continues to speak, where new words of strength and peace flow like living water. Every message that comes will be another whisper, reminding you that you are not walking alone. Finally, take a moment to comment. Tell me how this journey touched you, what resonated, what shifted, what you now understand about yourself. Your words are not just feedback, they're testimony. They become part of this divine echo that reminds others, Healing is real. Growth is possible. And light never leaves the willing heart. So, as you close this chapter, breathe deeply. Feel the warmth of heaven resting upon you. You are not just a listener, you are a carrier of what was spoken here. Go forward with compassion, courage, and quiet confidence. Let your life be the continuation of these words. Your actions, the next verse in this divine story. And remember, chosen one, this is not the end of the message. You are